Retard.
Good evening. Welcome everyone. Hello to Mark. How are you doing, Mark? Hope you had a great day. Avenger, hello to you. Toby, good evening. And Toby, Aaron, thank you so much for your membership. Thank you so much for that. Let me see if I can get some applause for that. Where is it? There's the button. Right. Thank you so much for the support. Thomas, hello to you. Forward, goody V, I good. So Wussa, hello. And good at Forward, yeah, I had some of your colleagues on board again. I had to call them to take care of all the passengers who refused to wear their mask again. It's an old topic, man. Danny, hello. Luke, hello. Sapphire, hello to you as well. Aeroflight Channel, hello. And Chris, hey, how you doing? Chris, I hope you're doing well. Kontos, so guten Abend. So, welcome. Can we change the title, please? One of our dear moderators, Mark, maybe. Microsoft and Fly-by-Wire mod. Thank you so much. Aaron, no, big mistake. This is my wrong account. Can I still get discount perks? I'm not sure what you mean, Aaron. Hey, so it was a you know what, drinking Cuba Libre. Nice. Nice. Hey, Brenold. Nice to see you, and nice of you to come by, I was meant to say. Thanks for the updates. Yeah, you had a lovely flight to Italy, man. Yeah, the video you posted, that looked beautiful. Absolutely amazing. Must have been an amazing trip. Well, it does. So Aerofly, it does work for the... I think it works for the mods. So it's only a mod kind of command. Right, no, disregard this. So, what are we doing today? So first of all, We're flying this beauty from Luxembourg down to Ajaccio. One of those places I can't pronounce. Ajaccio. Ajaccio. So it's a new scenery that came out from Pilot, or let me see, Pilot's Experience Sim, or Experience Pilot Sim, this way around, I think. Let's check. So they were kind enough to give me a copy to review and show everyone here. Yeah, so Pilot Experience Sim. How to get mod? What do you mean, Aerofly? How to get this mod? Go to fly-by-wire. Just type in MSFS fly-by-wire mod. Thank you much, Mark, for the title. So, who's flying along? Have I really? Well, Brennald, the thing is this, Brennald. There's people here that always either they're trying to meme me or they have reason to believe I'm pronouncing it wrong. This is Just Sim Luxembourg. We've had it for P3D and maybe even for X-Plane. There's someone taken off there. Oh no, so I've chosen my moderators carefully over the past years, and I have an amazing group of amazing people as my moderators. So at the current time, there is no open vacancies, I'm afraid to say. Right, lovely. Yeah, so Luxembourg, actually, you know, this airport has always been quite nice. It always seems like it's in the middle of nowhere, kind of sitting on top of a plateau. Very well known because of Captain Joe flying for Cargolux, right?
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks and premium flight entertainment will be served.
TV Rebenjo, also to a big thank you now for 3 months. Yeah, happy bunny days, exactly. Happy Easter. Now I'll be talking about my couple last days. It's crazy. I've been flying so much, but I'll talk about that later. So I'm sorry for not being able to stream as much at the moment, and the simple reason being is that I am flying. Yeah, flying. I've already been working. What day is it today? 15th. So I've already almost have my complete flying hours for the month already done. So on Monday, I've got another 3-day trip coming up, and I'll be in overtime already on Tuesday. That's how much I've been flying in real life. So I guess I could just call myself lucky to be healthy. It seems like at the moment there's just so many people ill with COVID at the moment. So it's actually drastic. Situation is drastic, not just for flight crews, but also for people on the ground. Work in all parts, check-in, catering, baggage handlers. They all seem to have, a lot of people being ill at the moment. What do you mean only 42 viewers? I'm always happy for any viewer that comes along, especially on Easter weekend, to join us here. Oh, okay. So Chris, all the best. I hope Hannah's not doing too badly. Oh, I hope she's well. Yeah, especially yeah, you know why, Chris. So I hope all is good. Yeah, I mean lately from the people in our family or in our friends kind of circle, the people that have caught COVID luckily have had very few issues. So literally, it felt more like a cold than anything else. So hey, Rob, how you doing? Yeah. Right. So let's get this on the road. I'm on Vatsim, so if anyone wants to fly along, we actually have Luxemburg delivery, we have Luxemburg tower, we have approach. So lots of control here. So do come and join. Oh, okay, that's good to hear, Chris. Yeah, very happy to hear. Yeah, all the best wishes. And Danny says you don't know anybody that has COVID. Well, yesterday we just got news that friends of ours have got COVID, both of them. So, well, my wife was in contact with them yesterday, so keep me fingers crossed she would have caught it. But yeah, things are, you know, very dynamic at the moment. Nice. Yeah, I was sitting in the garden most of the afternoon, watching my wife do gardening. I told her I'm completely worn out. I am just chilling today, and she said, yeah, no worries. So tomorrow I've got to help with the gardening, but today it was my day off. Yeah, hang on, look. Simple rules, right? So she knows, you know, I've had a really horrible 5-day rotation with like 12 hours of work every day. I'm not joking. It was horrendous. Today I slept like 12 hours last night. I was so tired when I came back yesterday. Okay, Aerofly, I'm happy to hear that. And India Virtual Aviation, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Yoda, Aigudivi, how are you doing? Right, what has happened in the flight sim world? I think we've had some more rumors coming in regarding PMDG, right? So PMDG are heating up their. Ooh, that's loud. Their release, kind of end of the stretch, or the stretch to the goal. So they are about to release, or at least that's what I'm kind of picking up from certain posts. Hey Bob, so MD11 is patched. Yeah, okay, that's also a thing, right? So MD11 has been patched. Yeah, the thing is, well, I mean, I already announced today's stream a couple of days ago, so yeah, that's why I kind of relaxed all afternoon. And tomorrow we have family around, so tomorrow we're gonna be, yeah, just, you know, enjoying Easter Sunday together, and then Monday I've got to go back to work. So, but we will be streaming next Friday and also next Sunday. Aaron, well, let's put it this way. So, from what I get after paying tax, etc., and after YouTube takes their share in those in that income, yeah, I do pretty much spend it on add-ons. And in parts, I can also say, yes, in parts, that money goes into donations as well, or into charity. Yeah. So the last thing we did was we helped refugees in Krakow, getting them, well, you know, things like baby food, diapers, clothes, that sort of stuff. So yeah, I mean, you know, it's different causes. Yeah. Do we have any holiday planned? At the moment in June, yeah, Brandel, June, because the thing is, I'm still waiting for any news with regards to my transfer onto the 747. So that has to, well, that has to be considered. So we are doing holidays in June. I think it's about a week's vacation. We haven't really decided exactly what to do yet, but we will be away for a week, I would say. And then who knows when the transfer happens onto the 747. Yeah, Danny, it's a huge high pressure area. over Central Europe at the moment. Holidays in Amsterdam. Man, I hate to break it to you, Yoda. As much as, of course, I would love to do a holiday in Amsterdam, that has not been on the cards. So that's not within, you know, within the kind of, you know, how to break it to you. I mean, like, it wasn't even discussed yet. So I can just imagine the look on my wife's face if I'm going to say, hey, let's go to Amsterdam. I think she'd be like, you what? Why? No, of course, Amsterdam, beautiful, beautiful city, no doubt. You know. No, it's a beautiful city. Absolutely agree on that. Yeah, low priority. Yeah, well, I was. Yeah, but that sounds so harsh though. Saying it this way. Oh, nice, Brenold. Yeah. Great. Actually, you know what? I'll talk a little about doing the flight. I actually had a first officer with me. He's a really cool guy, and he's actually a flight instructor for GA aircraft. Yeah, we talk lots and lots of stuff. And so actually, he's actually already. So I've actually hired him. I signed him up, if you like, for the moment when I get my SEP again, so that he can instruct me to get my SEP. Yes, Aerofly Sim. So let me just get into the cabin then. Hang on. So there we go. So, oh, hang on. No, it doesn't. Hang on. Can we? No, you can't move around. It has. You're right. It has fixed views, but I think it does not have a cabin. Or can you go this way? Hang on. No, you're right. It does not. No, it does not. Well, partially. Well, the front house galley is. Yeah, so that answered the question, right? Oh God, what has evolved now? A little discussion about Rotterdam and Amsterdam and The Hague. Test. Right, so let's go. Can we increase the brightness here? No, that's 100%. I'm not sure. Anyways, I'll give you the rundown of the numbers. So flight time, an hour 20. Hey MCK, how you doing? An hour 20, planned level is, I think, 390, yeah. And Nice is the alternate airport. Trip fuel, 2.6, an average fuel flow of about 2 tons. Now that would be, ouch, guys. Anybody know regarding the latest experimental mod? Does this actually have the correct fuel flow? Like 1,000 kilogram per hour per engine? Yeah, TV Revenger. Yeah, I'll leave you guys to it. All right, I'll keep myself out of that one. Left corner settings. Wait, hang on. Left corner presets. Settings. Ooh. Blue? No, dark. Is it really? MCK. So the question, the reason why I ask is because if I'm going to fuel for the flight plan that we have. So this is actually the correct fuel flow, average fuel flow. Turn auto brightness off. Hang on. There we go. Thank you. Oh, perfect. GG's. Yeah, Sapphire. Thank you. Or MCK, are you trying to meme me? Hey, Thomas. That's the thing I'm worried about. Oh yeah, yeah, Brennell. I know, right? Totally different. I mean, this is good. That's a good value. 2 tons per hour. That is a good value. So that would be 6 tons block. No, no, MCK. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that MCK, you've rickrolled me, right? Look, and anybody that rickrolls me, right, during my streams, is definitely on the list, right, of being, you know, a possible meme candidate, right? So that's what I'm saying. You see, I don't forget these things. I may be old, but I don't forget those sort of things. For that, I have a good memory, right? So 6 tons. Shall we go with 6 tons then? Oh yeah, I mean, you know, in this regard, I'm like an elephant. An elephant's supposed to have very good memories. Right, cool. So it is a very sensitive topic, yeah. So being rickrolled is actually embarrassing. So yeah, it is a sensitive topic. Now the cool thing today is the following. So we've got Ajaccio, wind 210 at 8, so we can actually do the 2-0 approach. So 18 degrees. It is becoming 040 at 10, so we'll see. That's within the next 2 hours, so we'll see what happens when we approach. Typical kind of situation where during the daytime you have the typical, although normally you would have sea land wind because the land is hotter than the sea, and then it's, you know, air moves upward over the land and draws in the colder air from the sea, so you have a sea land breeze. But anyways, it's going to change. So 18 to 2000 UTC, it's going to change to northeasterly. Christopher, don't even try to confuse me on that. Hey Mona, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're able to enjoy the Easter time. The weather is beautiful. Here we got 060 at 12, so easterly winds. Cabo K as well, 15 degrees, 1028. I can actually dial that in already before I forget. 1028. Just checking if your YouTube works. Nice. Yeah, so, yeah, Mona, under settings, so Einstellungen, have a look if it actually has either, you know, HD, so 1920 or 1080, and not automatic. That's the important thing. Hey, Solid Wings, bonjour, monsieur, and Lilo Pilot, hello. Yeah, it is still a bit cold. It is. Yeah, it's not quite there yet, but I mean, it's springtime. It's not summertime yet, so. I was actually in Tirana, and we had to de-ice in the morning. Can you believe that? I de-iced last week in Tirana. That's good to hear, Mona. That's good to hear. Oh, these NOTAMs, right. Ooh, okay. Right, some very strict words here. Well, that's, you know, these things, I just do not know why. Well, I know why they're in the NOTAMs, but, I mean, they should be, you know, presented somewhere else. I mean, NOTAMs, you know, for flight preparations. All right, and so you see, that's the thing, right? You've got lots of text, and then suddenly, somewhere in between, you have something that's actually important for you as a pilot. All right, runway 24, left side, PARP US. All right, that could have an implication on you know, approach capabilities or. So yeah, I really hate that. And in today's time, anyways, you know, you can actually color things in. So I would just love to see these things being, you know, colored in amber or something. Also this, that's also important. Look, at night time, 21 to 4 UTC, runway 0624 closed. Alright. Sit 24, max speed, blah blah blah. We're doing 06 today, so we're not looking at 24. No, Christopher. Well, I mean, you know, if you have certain rotations, so you fly towards certain airports or your home base, then of course, you know, we actually have a very cool feature in our EFB. So let's say, for example, at my home base, there's a NOTAM, and I read through it and say either it's not important for me or I've read it. We can actually click a prompt there, and it will highlight, well, it'll color it in a way that I know that I've already seen it. So that's actually a cool feature. So anything that's coming in new would be visible. The other ones would not be visible anymore. At least not in complete text. Right. Napoleon Bonaparte. So Ajaccio. So obstacles, tower cranes. So nothing really important apart from some cranes around the airport. Nice. Cranes, VFR restrictions. Right, edge lighting, spacing, right, 50 instead of 60 meters. GG. SIDS, ILS. Oh, there we go. So ILS 4 right, glide path, part US. Do not use. Possible false indication, also very important. Right, anyways, let's see. Wind, we got tailwind. That's good. Lovely. So we're flying pretty much, so was it? Could be Zurich over the Alps, Milano, Genoa. Yeah, should be nice routing with some beautiful views today. Well, Danny, the thing is, so I mean, if you own a private plane, or you have a private jet or something, then the notification regarding cranes is actually pretty important. However, for us, what we do, we check that the performance calculator actually has the correct obstacles included. So it will either say, in the NOTAMs for us, it's more like a company NOTAM, then it'll say that the obstacle is included in the performance calculations. If not, and we say that it's within the departure path, then we can actually enter that obstacle manually into our EFB as well, into the performance calculation. But I mean, it is important. I mean, these things, I'm not trying to downplay it. These things are important to consider. All right, so it'll tell you the height, elevation, the lighting, and where it is. It tells you that. Look, it tells you that it's Romeo Delta Lima, 300 degrees, 0.19 nautical miles. Yeah, and position. I think this is more sensible to consider the coordinates. But yeah, for us, it'll say that the NOTAM is included into the performance calculations. But yeah, we don't ignore that. Don't get me wrong. Hey, Geep, how are you doing? So it's not that we ignore these things and say that's not important. Quite the contrary. Right. Let's fuel the aircraft then. Let's go ahead. We've got 59.1, load of almost 15 tons, and we want to have Nice as the alternate, 1.3 tons there. So 6 tons block. Oh my god, I hope that goes well, because otherwise we're going to be in trouble. So where is it? Fuel services. Fuel. Found it. So 6 tons, man. I really hope that works. Otherwise, we are in trouble. 59.1, zero fuel weight. Brenold, do you have to check NOTAMs from departure and arrival airport and the en route NOTAM? No. So Brenold, we have to check departure airport, we have to check the destination and the alternate airport for the NOTAMs. We have to have on board all of the en route NOTAMs as well from the airports that are on the routing. But we don't check those, all of them. But that would take hours to check all of them. Well, yeah, Christopher, I mean, this is the thing, that's one of the things with regards to complacency. So the thing is, obviously, if once you start out your job, of course you are very, very consciously reading through all of those things. The challenge really comes to maintain a certain amount of certain amount of professionalism, and hey Max, to make sure you read through these things. You become more proficient in reading NOTAMs, so your eyes will become accustomed to certain words, and you'll ignore certain things that are not important to you. That kind of expedites the reading through the NOTAMs, but again, that holds the risk of actually becoming complacent. Well, Brandon, the thing is, with closed airspaces, we normally have a dispatch that will inform us about this. So dispatch actually checks for airspace closure. The same goes for airport closures and so on. When they file their flight plan and when they make the flight plan, they already have scanned for that. I'm just wondering now, my FPS just dropped. Why is that? It's just dropped to 50 FPS. Is that because of the I know the EFB draws some, but that is strange though. Like, I had 60 FPS all along, and now suddenly it just dropped. Or is it because of the animation? Yeah, it seems like something's going on with maybe the boarding or something. That's weird. Okay. So let's go through the pages then. We'll take care of the boarding, fueling, etc. Does the track FBA? Yes, Geeb, it does, because I'll show you that later on. So if you switch to track FBA, it does work. Absolutely.
Boarding completed.
What's the second part? Well, okay, so today we've been given a copy of the Ajaccio airport, and also I've been given a free copy of the FS Navigator course, and we'll talk about that later. It is a VFR course, so FS Academy Navigator Lesson 1.
Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight.
And we'll talk about that on the second part.
Paperwork up front here and waiting to receive final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
Right. My announcements these days usually start with, or at least include, I do apologize for the delay. It's literally like on every flight, it's like, I do apologize for the delay, slight delay. Delay. We don't say big delays, we say either the delay or, you know, a slight delay. Zephyr, yes, I am planning to do the RNF approach there. However, we're gonna use nav flight path angle mode because the final approach mode doesn't work yet. Aerofly, don't worry about it. All good. Don't worry about it. You know, you're watching the stream, which is fantastic. So yeah, don't worry about misclicking that. So let's see. 59.1, and let's go through the flight. Actually, let me just call up my Sim Toolkit Pro here, so I can have that on a different screen. Well, to be honest, Danny, to be honest, I am actually very surprised how patient passengers are. Luckily, they have a lot of patience, and so yeah, no complaints from that side, honestly. Yeah, let me just start FSU on PC as well, so that you guys can see the overlay. There we go. Right, so let me just go through the routing then. So we know that it's going to be an departure 06, but we can actually get the ATIS, and we're going to try the DCL option as well. Departure send. Now for that, I keep forgetting I need to do something, don't I? Regarding Hoppy. I keep forgetting that. Hang on. Settings. I know it's under. It's under ATSU, isn't it? Sim options. I don't want to go into showing you guys my Hoppy code. Anybody know how? Is it here, or am I confusing that with another add-on? My voice, man. All right, let me just check that here in the ATSU then. ATSU. Or is it here? Hang on. Check as maintenance. Yeah, but no worries. No, I know that there is a prompt somewhere where you can connect to Hoppy, and you had to connect to Hoppy, otherwise you won't get the clearance. Right, so let's go to ATSU again. Let's go to receive messages. And let's have a look at the ATIS. We'll actually print that out. Fantastic. That helps. Thank you, Top News. So Hoppy is under the... Hoppy is under ATC top right corner. So under settings. Hang on. Well, I don't know, maybe it's just there. So we get information Charlie. I'm just to try that. Gate. Gate is, I have no idea, where are we? It's gate number 40, no, A4. A4 it is. EFB set, yeah, yeah, thank you. I have set it. So it is inserted. I have put it in. The question is, I always thought you had no active ATC. Ah. Okay. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna get the clearance manually then. All right. Yeah, because I don't know. It's kind of weird. I was pretty sure I knew where it was. So alternate 1.2 tons there for actually, or was it more? That was 1.3 actually. For Nice, 1.3 it is. So init A page is filled out. 390. Ground temperature 15 degrees. Tropopause is in about 36,000 feet, it says. Put that in there. 57.1, we've got 63 tons there. Of the EFB, right. Hang on. Yeah, it's in. So the Hoppy code is inserted. That is, I just didn't want to show you guys it. That's all. Yeah, but I remember, or was that the was that maybe the an X-plane with the INI builds that you have to first connect to Hoppy through a menu somewhere? Yeah, but now the question is, so if I go connection, well, this is the thing. So it should really be in here. It should be there. It should be in the departure request, and it says that station isn't online. But normally for departure you don't need to put in the station there. That's just for en route. That's what I'm just concerned about. Let's try that. Alpha 4. Yeah, that says no active ATC. Alright, well, anyways, we're going to get the clearance in the normal manner then. So let's get the clearance first, and then we can enter the data here. So we should be setting 21850. Keep your fingers crossed it's not too loud now. Oh, what's the call sign? Is it Air Corsica? What's the Air Corsica call sign? Air Corsica. Corsica. It's just Corsica. Yeah. Luxemburg delivery. Good afternoon from Corsica 71 Bravo. Info Charlie. Request clearance, please.
Corsica 71 Bravo. Information Delta is current. You are clear to your destination, which I think is Ajaccio. You're clear to Ajaccio via the Groothandkijn 2 Tango departure, runway 06. Initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 1,000.
Yeah, there seems to be different opinions about how to pronounce Ajaccio, but we're clear to Ajaccio via the Golf Tango Quebec to Tango departure, runway 06, climbing 4,000 and the squawk 1,000, Corsica 7-1 Bravo.
7-1 Bravo, read the correct. Repeat 2, 3 points ready for push.
Wilco, Corsica 7-1 Bravo. Right, sorry, yeah, guys, no political statements here, please. We are just a normal aviation live stream. We keep politics out. Thank you so much. So, 06 Golf Tango Quebec to Tango departure. It is. There it is. So, and then we got our flight planned route to Tortu. Now, here is the thing. So, Tortu. Let me show you this on the normal Navigraph charts. Let's import this from SimBrief. There we go. So, there we go. So, arrivals. Let's go Ajaccio. Normally, you would have an arrival routing to Horo. Oro. How would you pronounce that? Oro? Oro? I think Oro. They don't speak the H in France, so the other one would be Idol or Idol. Now, this is the approach people would like to see today, obviously. So, the thing is that from Toro, we just do not get onto the arrival, onto the transition or the final approach here. So, it's going to be a direct to at some point, anyways. But this is the very scenic approach, and I would love to do this approach. And maybe we don't even have Vatsim control there anyways, so then we're free to do anyways what we want. So probably either it's going to be Kilo Juliet 601 as the initial approach fix, or the 600, and then we fly the approach here, and we're going to fly it with NAV flight path angle mode. That should actually work quite nicely, because from this point onwards, the final approach point, we actually have a altitude to begin with, and then we have a path 3.6 degrees. So if we dial that in and the autopilot flies it nicely, we should actually be coming on to the final perfectly on the path. So that's what I want to try out today. Now, I know it's not according to correct procedures, but that's within the limitations of the fly-by-wire mod, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. That's the plan, at least. So I'm going to enter the approach arrival. We'll use RMP 20 or ANF 20. So we could do a arrival. So one of those two. Well, let's do. I tell you what we'll do. We'll do the Tortu. We'll do the Tortu 1 Sierra, and then at some point we just give ourselves direct to. So we're going to do no via initially. That means we're going to fly down to
Luxemburg delivery. Hello, Lufthansa 1255. Request Ajaccio and information Delta.
Yeah, to Oro, and then we do the approach.
Lufthansa 1255, Luxembourg delivery. Yeah, I was.
That should work.
Checking your call. Destination Delta is correct. You see your destination.
What's so funny? What are they laughing about?
Initial climb 4,000 feet. Squawk 1,000.
From the 1255, cleared to Dresden via Asmox for Tango departure, runway 06. Climb initially 4,000 feet, squawk 1,000.
Lufthansa
Kim, well, I mean, they've got the routing today, so... Oh, look at that, it's getting busy now.
1255, start of approach, will call for push, Lufthansa 1255.
It's getting busy now. GG's. Man, why is my FPS so bad, though? It's terrible. 46. What is going on? Right. Good. So we've got init A page filled out, init B page filled out. We've got the flight plan page filled out. RATNAV for departure. Let me check. We've got the... Yeah, Kim, I mean, if you talk about real-world flying, of course, yeah, I guess it is a bit boring. So, we're going to do the SID, and that was the Golf Tango Quebec. Let's pin that, and let's do daytime, please. Right, so, for our departure, it is... the intercept Luxemburg, radial 058 to 2,200 feet, then turn right, intercept Golf Tango Quebec, radial 335, that's probably going to be a course inbound, and then at via Luxemburg 890 to Golf Tango Quebec VOR, no turn before departure and runway, cross 27 degrees Golf Tango Quebec at or above level 80, flights filing at or above flight level 130, that's us for sure. Cross 25 Denise Golf Tango Quebec at or above level 130. So that's something we have to check as well today. So Golf Tango Quebec and Luxembourg VOR, those two we do need. So Luxembourg. 1225 and Golf Tango Quebec. There we go. So those two we need. What we'll do now is, though, we're going to check the routing in the FMS. So departure and runway 2200, and then we turn right. Lima X-ray 890. That sounds about right. And then we're going to go to Golf Tango Quebec. That's 27 miles. With the restriction, it should be... yeah, 80 above, that's 27 miles. However, for us, now this is actually what we need to change. The next one, so 25. So this one here, oh, it actually has it in disregard. So it has level 130 in there, that restriction. That's good. Yeah, plus level 130. Cool. And then we go on to the flight planned route. So that's confirmed. The initial climb altitude, let's check that here as well. He set climb 4,000 actually from clearance. So 4,000 it is. Yes, we will depart very soon, don't worry. Yeah, 4,000 here as well. Cool. Good. One more thing, let's do taxi chart. Let's have a look at the taxi routing. Pin that as well. Thank you. So we are going to depart 06. That means we're going to expect a taxi. So pushback. Here we are, Alpha 04 pushback, and then Lima 1, Lima 2, Lima 3, and probably Lima 1, Bravo. Bravo all the way down. Yeah, Danny, exactly. Yeah, like, are we going to be delayed? So where Bravo?
Climate delivery, good day. Rex 1736 to stand Victor 30, Boeing Bombardier CRG 70. Requesting startup for Ajaccio, formation Delta.
Oh, nice. Ajaccio. I like it. Cool. Squawk 1000.
Can you say again your golfer?
Is Rex 1736.
That's above, that's fine. Right, let's put that on. Oh, we have a
1736
performance calculator. Hold on.
Good evening.
Where is it?
Information Delta is current. You are
Here.
to Ajaccio. via the Growth Tank to Tango departure, runway 06, initial climb 4,000 feet, squawk 1,000.
We're clear to destination airport 2 Tango departure
Already
4,000 feet,
installed
runway
that.
06 and squawk 1,000, Rex 1736.
1736, read that correct, starter approved, seatbelt ready for push.
There we go. Right, so that's the performance calculator I got. So let's have a look here. 06.
Looks 6 Charlie, Luxemburg delivery, good evening. We are with you at ramp Victor 11. We've got information Delta on board. Request clearance to Palmer, please.
Luxembourg 6 Charlie, yeah, could you just confirm your aircraft type? Are you 737-700 or 800?
700.
Information Delta is correct. You're clear to Palma via the Growth Tank to Tango departure, runway 06. Initial climb 4,000 feet.
Right, so just need to dial down the sound a bit. Okay. Yes, you can. So top news, I know you can do that manually as well if you want. Let's just take it automatically. Dry runway, anti-ice not required. So takeoff weight
Tango departure, runway 06.
is about 62.8, 60.7. So let's do 60.8.
6 Charlie, just confirm is the Golf Tango Quebec.
So the CG is...
A firm
Hold
for Luxembourg. Looks 6 Charlie.
6 Charlie, read that correct? Start approved, seatbelt ready for push.
So 25% about. Yeah, so that's, oh, there we go. So 24.8 says that there as well. So it's going to be less than 27%. Flex, climb thrust, config 1 plus F, air conditioning. Let's put that to on. Let's calculate that. And so we can see we've got a config 1 plus F. We've got flex 68, speeds 153, 153, 153. Oh, hello. Right, so 20, 53, 53, 53, we've got thrust reduction acceleration both at, looks like 1,000 feet height, so NDP 2 and green dot is 215. That looks right. So let's use those values. Performance, although with the NDP we'll check with my airport data. So 1 plus F, we've got a flex temperature of 68. That's a lot. It is payware, yeah, sorry. Yeah. And Brenold, are you already tried the Max of Salty mod for... No, I have not. No, Brenold, no. I've not used any mods for the 747, no. I don't think it's any good anyway, so... At least I've not heard anyone say it's a brilliant mod, you should try it, so... Right, transition 4,500, NDP2 and engine out. Let me just check that on my page here. So Luxembourg, yeah, NDP2 is correct.
Charlie,
but we'll change that to 2240, 2240.
Squawk and Charlie, so look at
2240, 2240. And the engine acceleration is in 2,800. The engine out procedure, runway 06, track 058 to...
Dr. 6 Charlie, thank you. Contact correction Luxembourg.
DB Luxembourg. I don't know why it doesn't say the distance there. I need to change that.
418.1 for Lux, 6 Charlie.
And it says left turn to Diekirch.
You too.
Right, so that's all we'll do. Hey Pavel, how you doing? Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So exactly. So the transponder reads out your data. So for example, your flight number, right? And it reads out all kinds of things like your altitude, your heading, speed, etc., and transmits that. So you have a universal squawk code because all the data required for the identification is sent with it. That's why you don't need a certain number to be transmitted. Good. So that's that. We've got different performance done. Secondary doesn't work yet. All we can do really is do the initial engine up path. So initially we'll do 058. And then at some point we turn left to Diekirch.
Lufthansa 1225 request pushback.
Good. So that's the preparations performed. We can get rid of all of the ground connections.
From the 1225 contact tower 118.1, happy East there, goodbye.
Thank you.
It is busy.
Tower now 118.1 for the push or for clearance.
The Luxemburg controller was asking someone if he's flying a 737 700 800, but what would it matter for controller perspective? Doesn't know. Well, Danny, to be fair, I thought about that as well. I don't know why. I mean, of course, these aircraft have different gross weights, but I mean, they're still medium type aircraft. I don't know what the reason behind that will be, to be fair. I think that can only be answered by a controller. That would be a good question for our good friend McChester or MCK. Maybe MCK, if he's listening, he can answer that question. Good. A320neo, no technical issues. We've ordered 6 tons of fuel. 6100 is inserted. Good distribution. Gives a bit of extra fuel, about 20 minutes it says here. MCK is also a streamer on Twitch. He is a incredibly knowledgeable person on all kinds of things, including aviation. And he also is a Vatsim controller. So, you know, he would be one of those people who would be able to explain that. Wind component, we got tailwind component of 45 knots on average. Let me just enter that. So that should then increase our what? Oh, TL, not tail. TL 045. There we go. So we got a bit more, like 25 minutes extra fuel. Are my rudders okay? Yeah, today they are alright. Why are you asking, Bob? Yeah, Brendel, it could be. It could be more like for, you know, logging reasons. Yeah, I agree. Good, so let's do the briefing to the end.
Flight attendants, arm doors, and cross-check.
Right, that's loud, blimey. Let's close the doors. Right, so flight plan is departure runway 06, flex 68, flaps 1, speeds 53, 53, 53. Transition 4,500, NADP 2, engine out is 2,800. For the trim, 25% is round about, let's say, down 0.2. That is set. Final figures checked. Flight plan, we're doing the Golf Tango Quebec 2 Tango departure up 4,000 feet. Squawk is set. In case engine failure, straight out, let's say 5 miles, runway heading, then left to Diekirch. We're climbing at least 2,800, engine acceleration and cleanup. Then we could climb to 4,000 feet. Get radar vectors, ILS 06 here back to Luxembourg. Before start, checklist, cockpit prep completed. Signs are on and auto. Fuel quantity 6,100 kilograms. Altimeters 1028. And let me just check the latest ATIS again. information. Delta 1028 is checked, confirmed, and we've got 1,240 feet. Checked. And down the line, below the line, windows, doors, closed. The beacon is on, thrust levers idle, and the parking brake is on. Corsica, 7 Bravo, stand Alpha 4, request push and start, please. Oh, that's 18.1 now. Delivery has logged off. 18.1. Luxemburg Tower, good afternoon from Corsica 7-1 Bravo, stand Alpha 4, request push and start.
Corsica 7-1 Bravo, hello. Hold position, traffic is on your right.
Yeah, standing by, Corsica 7-1 Bravo. Let's see. Engine failure already supported? No, it doesn't seem to be, no. Yeah, that's true, yeah. It's more a Microsoft issue, Brennell, than anything else. Yeah, Danny, you're correct. Yeah.
Record 736 is intersection Foxtrot available.
Oh, there we go. He's blocking me there.
First, you can take
Hey, Nanak. How's it going?
0903 knots, runway 06, wrap Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Oh, thank you so much. Lining up from Foxtrot intersection, runway 06, clear for takeoff. Rex 1736.
Rex 1736 for airborne complex Luxemburg approach 120.875 right.
Oh.
120.8 to takeoff. Rex 1736, thank you.
Minus. Hang on. How do I get that? How do I control? Hang on. Control. Oh yeah, there we go. Control and mouse wheel. Doing very well, thanks.
Lufthansa 1255, request taxi, able for intersection Golf.
Wow, GG's.
Lufthansa 1255, taxi via Lima 2 and Bravo, holding point Golf, runway 06, NH 1028.
Lufthansa 1255, taxi via Lima 2, Bravo, Golf, holding point 06.
Cockpit to ground.
The question mark, yeah, okay.
Stand by.
Corsica 7-1 Bravo after Airbus 8 Lufthansa A320neo passes right to left, pushback group facing west.
Corsica 7-1 Bravo behind the crossing, traffic from behind, cleared pushback and startup, and we're facing west, Corsica 7 Bravo.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed. The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Yeah, Solowinks, it is actually a freeway. Yeah. That is freeway indeed. Crazy, right? I mean, it is a really good tool.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake. Parking brakes are released. Commencing pushback.
Have you tried the MCU on a tablet yet? Till yesterday,
sequence.
for the first time, and certainly made things easier. Well, yeah, Michael. I mean, definitely. You know, if you get used to using a tablet on the sidelines, yeah. For me here streaming wise, I can't. I mean, you guys wouldn't see me enter things in the tablet, so unless I have another little app open that connects the tablet here with the screen or the computer. But yeah, it's easier for me for streaming purposes, you know, to just type in things in here directly. Good, let's start the engines. We've done our checklists. We've got the wow, what's going on with the FPS?
Look there, 6 Charlie.
40 FPS, are you kidding me?
6
Blimey.
Charlie, wind is 0903 knots, runway 06, clear for takeoff, when airborne, contact Luxemburg approach 120.8.
That is really strange.
Clear for takeoff, runway 06 and 1 airborne, contact Luxembourg approach on 120.875. Have a nice Easter, see you.
I'm seriously wondering if that's simply Vatsim connection there. Ajaccio.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
No, because the thing is...
Parking brake set. Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Because I tried the scenery this afternoon, I got 60 FPS.
Ground. You may disconnect. Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect.
That's why I'm running the monitor at 60 or 60 hertz.
Holding position, waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Nice sounds, I like them. Alright, and 1 start. Yeah, it is probably the traffic then.
Stanza 1255, line of weight, runway 06.
Luxembourg Tower, Luxair 452, ready to check.
Man, I seriously hope that we do get the correct fuel flow flights. If not, we're doomed. We're going to have to land somewhere to refill the aircraft.
And the other station calling was Luxair 452.
Yep, after start flows.
The other station calling Luxembourg.
Radio check.
Luxair 452, radio 5.
Flight controls full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral after start checklist. Anti-ice is off. Ecom status checked. The trim is at 25% set at 0 after start checklist completed. Corsica 71 Bravo, request taxi.
Corsica 71 Bravo, taxi via Lima, Lima 2, and Bravo holding point Golf, runway 06, QNH 1028.
Corsica 71 Bravo via Lima, Lima 2 Bravo, and then holding point Golf, runway 06, QNH 1028.
Lufthansa 1255,
so,
wind 0903 8 knots, runway 06, clear for takeoff, when airborne,
left
contact
side,
Luxembourg,
clear right side, off we go.
Lufthansa 1255, 1 airborne, call Luxembourg approach 128.8, 120.875.
So this is Lima.
Runway 06, bye-bye.
And we're supposed to go left on Lima 2. So brake check here. Brakes are working. So Lima, Lima 2. There we go. And then Bravo. Perfect.
Luxembourg Tower, Luxair 452, good evening. Type Boeing 737-800, stand Alpha 8. Requesting IFR clearance to Malpensa, and we have information echo.
Yeah, I think, Bob, it is. I guess
hello,
it's not displaying the exact, values in the sense, right, left. But as soon as you have just a nuance to the left or, to the right, it will show that at the bottom there.
Tower Luxembourg, correction, Luxair 452. Could you repeat that for us?
Right. So we can see 06 this way, Bravo to the right.
Tower Lux Air 452.
Go ahead.
Could you repeat the clearance for us, sir? We didn't copy.
Air 452 cleared to Malpensa at the Golf Tango Quebec to Tango departure, runway 06, initially 4,000 numbers, squawk 1,000.
So before takeoff checklist, flight controls checked, flap setting.
Alright, thank you very much.
1 plus F, takeoff speed flex 153, 153, 153, flex 68, ECA mode, takeoff no blue. Down to the line, that is.
Lux Air 452, reach back correct, start approved, board ready for the push.
Lux Air 452, roger. You want us to call you for push or we're clear for push?
No, report's ready for the push.
Roger, we'll report ready
23 knots in case anyone was complaining we're taxing too fast. We're not. 24 knots now. That's normal.
Oh, Lux 4595 stand and Bravo 9, and we're out to London City as well.
Whoa, bumpy here. Can you try idle the engine, release parking brake, and see if your airplane moves forward? Danny, we'll do that before we line up, shall we? I am seriously confused about the FPS. They are horrible. Let's switch that off, maybe gain a couple. So we can see Golf holding point is there. Let me just check. We may need to tell him that we need full length because we didn't prepare for Golf. I mean, it's a joke to say for performance. Actually, disregard. You know what? Let me see if I can actually do the calculations for hello? There we go. It doesn't, does it? It doesn't. Yeah.
Oh, looks 4595.
I tell you what, we have enough margin, guys. We can check. We'll take Golf.
Stand by for a sec, Lux Air 4595. Corsica 71 Bravo, the wind is 09038 knots, runway 06, clear for takeoff when airborne, contact Luxembourg approach 120.875, bye-bye.
Runway 06 by Golf, line up clear takeoff 06, and after departure will contact approach 120.875, Corsica 7 Bravo, thank you. Why do I want to say Corsair? Corsair, it's an aircraft, isn't it? I keep wanting to say Corsair. TCAS. Right, below the line, takeoff runway is 06 Golf.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
And the packs are on engines. Cleared for takeoff. Let's go. Look, at this weight and with more than 3,000 meters runway, we've got plenty of margin, trust me. Let's go. Take off. We got Manflex 68, SRS runway, auto thrust blue. Take a thrust set.
FM 4595 clear to London City.
100 knots checked.
Left hand 4595, zero clear to London City. The degree 5,000 departure, runway 06, initially flying 4,000, 4700.
V1, rotate. Pause rate, gear up.
Cleared on the Delta, India Kilo 5 Tango, departure from 06, initial climb is 4,000, we have
Yeah, I don't know where I got the Corsair from. Luxemburg approach, a good afternoon from Corsica 71 Bravo, passing 2,500, climbing 4,000.
Corsica 71 Bravo, Luxemburg approach, good evening, and contact, climb to level 130.
Climb flight level 130, Corsica 71 Bravo, climb 13,000. Thrust climb, climb out blue, autopilot 1, auto thrust. So I think it's doing it wrong. I think we can actually turn already. Flap 0, speed is checked, flap 0. Just interested to see how it has programmed that. So we're going to intervene and let it turn immediately. Because there wasn't a DME restriction, it was just simply 2.5 or 2,200 right turn. Transition. Standard 4-5.
Section 7 Bravo, Livestream 090, clear approach runway 06.
Left 090.
Right nav. There we go.
Left approach runway 06. Function 7 Alpha.
Flaps have been retracted. Spoilers disarmed. Taxi low. Taxi and turtle lights off. Here we go, 60 FPS. There's the airport behind us. Just gonna dial the sim sounds down a bit.
8979 speed to 180 knots until 60 meters.
Reduce 180 to 6, runner, hang on, 7 runner.
Good. Passing 10,000. The aircraft accelerates now to climb speed. Smooth. Seatbelts off. Then we go into the MCDU. Rat nav clear. Although I believe Tango Golf Tango Quebec in here actually, because we still need that for the navigation. Then we go secondary flight plan. We don't have that, and then any fixed info.
71 Bravo, no further line. Continue go 122.0 flight. Bye bye.
122.8. Thank you so much. Take care. Corsica 71 Bravo. Corsair.
See you soon. Bye bye.
What is with Corsair? Christ. Yeah, probably. I think so too. Yeah, I think the model matching just is not optimized yet, and we don't have a wonderful model matching set here in Microsoft as we have in P3D. Right, I'll start, and well, let's continue climb. So 130 was what we were supposed to have here, and we're reaching it now, which is good. Although I would have expected to reach that earlier, to be fair. I'm surprised it struggled to reach that. Right, let's go 390. So we've got thrust climb, out blue 390. Yeah, Brenold, and you know, Brenold, you know when you go in a descent, and let's say you're on an airliner, and you're descending with, let's say 5,000 feet per minute, you think, oh my god, that is crazy fast, going down 5,000 feet per minute. On the other hand, if you have a very light A320neo, for example, you get climb rates of 5,000 feet per minute. Yeah, Ralph, yeah, you're right. Maybe that's it. Actually, yeah, I have a Corsair, something Corsair in my PC. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about regarding Corsair all the time. Hey, Ralph, I hope you're doing good. That could really be the reason, yeah. Absolutely. AIG traffic does good. Okay, maybe I need to try that here on this PC then. So we're coming up Golf Tango Quebec. That can go away. Hey Sammy, how you doing? No, so Brenold, unfortunately at the moment. So the thing is this, Brenold. So Skalaki, the producer of the MCDU that I have, they would need to produce a software connection. Now there is a beta version available which I've tried. However, it's not working very nicely at all at the moment. Oh yeah, Brenold, not just yours, but that's kind of comparison. What I mean, like, we feel really uncomfortable going down at 5,000 feet per minute. But on the other hand, if you're climbing 5,000 feet per minute, you would say, all right, this is a good climb rate, but you wouldn't be concerned about that. That's a nice view. Danny, you know what? These times, anything's possible. Right. So let's have a look. What can we talk about? What highlights did I have on my last rotation? So yeah, one of the highlights was obviously another passenger not sticking to the mask rules. Now, let me be clear on something. I don't make the rules, and I don't make the the laws regarding where you need to wear a medical or FFP2 mask, right? So hey Matt, thank you so much for your membership, Matt. That's really cool. Thank you so much. Hang on, let me just give you a round of applause for that. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Welcome to the community here. And Matt, if you haven't done so already, we have a Discord channel, and you can link your Discord with your YouTube account, or my Discord with your YouTube account, and then you get access to some subscriber channels where we have some very cool workshop files, lots of good infos for those that obviously want to read up more detailed infos on certain things like aircraft systems or certain aviation topics. Matt, that's really cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, Matt, that's really nice. Yeah, so Geep, regarding Phoenix, obviously I talked to Amir on that topic, and he said he's going to look into it, but it's always a licensing issue, isn't it? So you need to clear up the licensing before you are allowed to to offer that to your customers. And the thing here is, obviously, ProSim is also a simulator hardware producer. So I'm not sure, if they would open up for Skalaki products or not. I don't know. I'm not into the politics of that. But yeah, I talked to them, and if it's possible, they will do so. So we just have to wait and see. Bob, thank you so much for that. That's really cool. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, thanks for all the help there. Yeah, so yeah, regarding masks. So here's the deal. I am sorry. I'm sorry for anybody that really hates to wear the masks and you know, feels wearing them really uncomfortable on board of an aircraft. I get that. I know it's not nice, but that's the law at the moment. These are the rules. And there are countries right now in Europe that have changed those laws and rules. And so certain airlines are allowed to then say, on our flights, you don't have to wear a mask. You can, but you don't have to. So, for example, I think Swiss is already adopting the no mask rule. I'm not sure about BA or EasyJet and so on, you know, in certain countries. But we can see that clearly there is a big motivation for airlines to finally, KLM, I'm not sure about KLM, but yeah, could be. But again, you know, it's definitely a motivation for airlines to drop that mandatory mask rule on board of aircraft for comfort reasons, obviously. Now, if you don't feel safe, well, then continue to wear a mask, right? And there's no mask on Wizz Air anymore, okay? So there's already some airlines out there that have changed the rules on that. Now, again, I know it's, you know, it always ends up in discussions, and the thing is this: look, we flight crews, so flight attendants, pilots, we do not make those laws and we do not make the rules. We have to, however, enforce them on board of the aircraft. If I, as a captain, don't enforce those rules, I actually make myself then liable to be, well, to be fined, literally. So I could get in big trouble on, you know, allowing people to not wear their mask on board an aircraft. So we again had a passenger who absolutely refused to wear his mask. So what happens then? Well, the purser told him about 5 times to wear the mask. He refused. That was during the flight, not before the flight. That was during the flight. So what we have is a warning letter which states clearly what happens if that passenger does not comply with those rules and regulations. And so, you know, it's clear. All the rules, everything's clear. And so he still refused to wear the mask. Now, it's something I hate to do, really. I really dislike to go and actually call the police because I know the consequences. And, well, that passenger didn't care. So, in the end, again, we had to call the police. So what's so annoying about it is the fact that I have to wait with the deboarding of the aircraft until the police have identified that passenger and have taken him from board, so that they can then you know, impose the fine on that passenger, so get his details, you know, name, etc., etc., and then impose a fine. So I don't know about other countries, but in Germany that's actually quite expensive. So the fine itself is 500 euros plus the charge for the police. We're talking of 600 euros, which have to be paid straight away. Otherwise, the passenger will not be able to continue his journey. Again, yeah, it takes the time. And also, I don't know, these people, I don't know if they think that we always are, you know, if it's all a big bluff or something. So, yeah, you know, I know the consequence, and those consequences, you know, are made, you know, well, put forward to the passenger concerned. So, you know, I don't know. And then suddenly the police comes on board, and I'm not joking. They come on board with weapons. In that case, actually, that police officer had a machine gun. Right, and they take that passenger off board. I personally think that's a bit too much, but that's just the way it is, right? And yeah, I personally would love to actually just, you know, to have this thing, you know, over peacefully, in the sense of, you know, that passenger wears the mask and that's it. Until we have some other rules and regulations come out. Yeah, and also, exactly, so also in that warning letter, it states that that passenger has to be aware that it could be that that passenger will be refused carriage on board of an aircraft of that airline in the future. So we talk about that passenger needing to get a flight ticket with some other airline. I mean, they may be doing that anyways after a €600 fine, but that's just the way it is. Yeah, so Swiss Tony, that's the thing though. You can have those discussions, and you can have those discussions with your politicians, and you can demonstrate against those rules and regulations. That's in your free right to do so. However, on board of an aircraft, the flight crew is the wrong. They are the wrong people to discuss this with. Right? I don't do politics. Yeah, I just make sure that the rules and laws on board an aircraft are obeyed. And you know, I could be so theoretically, I could be a person that actually completely is against, you know, the COVID politics and COVID rules and regulations. However, it does not allow me to then break the law myself and allow my passengers to not wear a mask on board. Again, because then I become liable for prosecution. Yeah, so OpSpec. Okay, thanks for the change in topic then. Oh yeah, another nice note was we flew to Sofia, and we actually got a visual approach. Actually, my first officer said, hey, you know what, you want to try a visual approach? And I said, that's actually a good idea. Let's ask the approach controller. And the approach controller says, okay, I'll ask the tower. And then the approach controller came back and said, yeah, contact tower now. You should be able to get a visual approach. And something happened, which rarely happens. Let me just call up the chart here. Just see. Oh, that doesn't work here. Let me just do it differently. So runway 27 was in use. So normally the arrival route for runway 27 takes you. Let me just show you that. There we go. So NISVA arrival is normally what you get, and look at the arrival route. So it can be shortened, but it's a long arrival route. So it is actually, you know, a good thing if you're not, if the weather is good enough, obviously. But you could do a visual approach. Oh, what? Connection lost? Why is that? Alright, reconnected. Thank God for that. Just seeing another thing, guys. I'm just seeing my upload rate is fairly slow today. I'm not sure why that is the case. Oh no, it changed it to 2,500. Guys, shall we quickly restart the stream with a higher bit rate? Because that should improve your quality as well. Oh, disregard. Hang on, disregard. No, I can change it. I can change it while the stream is running. Disregard. There we go. So we now got 4,500. There we go. All right, all good. Yeah, we're now streaming the normal 4,500. Okay, cool. Right, so visual approach. So we were still way out, but we could see the airport, and so we got the clearance for visual approach. Now, cool thing about this is, because normally, by the time you get to tower and get cleared the visual approach, normally you're way too high, especially at airports that have higher terrain around it. So, but this time, we got the clearance early enough, so we were actually able to descend down to pattern altitude. I did have a few speed breaks, but I actually managed to get to flaps 1 config, a nice 2.5 mile offset, and then just do a completely standard visual approach. So, you know, going flaps 2 on the outbound leg. We had a bit tailwind, so it was 35-second outbound timing, but about 10 knots tailwind component, 35 seconds outbound. Turned base, you know, got the gear out, flaps 3, flaps 4, and then turned final, and actually it was bang on. I had 2 red, 2 white, bang on, lovely greaser, and it actually looked so good apparently because the controller, the tower controller, actually said to us, nice approach. So he was actually quite happy with it as well. So I never heard, I rarely heard the tower controller actually say that. But that was a really cool feeling, and I was really pleased with that that approach, and it saved a lot of fuel, obviously.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again from the flight deck, your captain speaking.
So that was a nice highlight for me.
Also, one more reminder to please.
So on the chart it says bulk landing instructions. Okay, so let's have a look at Ajaccio. And that was chart number 109A. There we go. So let's find that note regarding bulk landing procedure. So do you know the difference between a normal missed approach and a bulk landing procedure? So a bulk landing is something you do after you've passed your normal missed approach point, which is normally in the circling, for example, or a visual approach, because it's a contingency procedure for a missed approach, especially when you have terrain around the airport. That makes sure that you have a valid and coordinated go-around procedure. So here in this case, we'll have a look at the chart in a minute. So it says, so all operators must prescribe precise bulk landing instructions for runway 02. So that means for the airlines that are allowing the approaches for their pilots, they have to have a procedure in place to tell their pilots what to do in case of missed approach when you've passed your missed approach point. So you can see here, for example, on the ILS Zulu 02, your missed approach point, that's notified by the letter M here, that is 4.7 Alpha Charlie, so from the ILS DME. That's your missed approach point, and from this, if you don't have the runway in sight, you would have to go around and follow this procedure. Now, what happens if you're already further down, and let's say at some point here you're not stable for the approach, or the tower says runway blocked, go around? That's when you need a bulked landing procedure. So you need to tell your pilots, and you need to establish as an airline or an aircraft operator, you need to establish a procedure that makes sure that in case you go around after your normal missed approach point, you have a procedure that allows you for a safe climb out. That's what it means by the bulk landing procedure. And quite often you will find that actually here on the charts. Let's give you an example. For example, our alternate has that. Look, so alternate. So let's go for the 4 after. There we go. So this is the visual part. So here's the instrument approach that ends at Mike November 04 Alpha, and from there on it's a visual procedure. Right. So, and there it actually gives you a bulk landing instruction. Right, so it says climb straight ahead And when passing the hospital Lenval, that's 5 degrees from Charlie Golf Sierra, turn right 110 degrees and climb 3,000 feet with maximum 220 knots. Right, so here the airport or the authorities have given you a bulk landing procedure to follow. If the chart itself doesn't have that, which is the case here in the 02 approach, so there it doesn't tell you a bulk landing procedure, meaning your operator, so either yourself or the airline, has to give you a missed approach procedure for that, a bulk landing procedure. Hey Jan, how you doing? Well, Danny, I'll tell you why they do that, Danny. The reason is they don't know, and the thing is this, so Danny, you have to realize that in the past, passengers that have refused to follow the orders or the rules on board, the laws on board, they already have a certain mindset, and there have been instances where actually police officers were attacked. So, in my opinion, it's the good right of the police officers to protect themselves. And you know, sometimes the show of force helps, you know, actually de-escalate the situation right from the start. Not always, I agree, but still, those things, they are not there, you know, to I don't know, to, you know, joke around. It's something that is there for their protection. Oh, here comes turbulence. Lovely view of the Alps today, look at that. But it's interesting. I knew it's going to cause some discussion amongst obviously the viewers here, because yeah, it's one of those controversial things. And I'm seeing that every day when I'm working. I'm seeing it on board of aircraft because of the fact that I get feedback from my cabin crew, or actually I'm actually called into the cabin on the ground already because somebody is well not following the laws and rules. So yeah, and again, you know, it doesn't matter what I personally have views when I'm working. So when I'm under contract with an airline, and the airline obviously is following rules and regulations and laws. So I'm actually then, you know, when I'm put into command of an aircraft, I am, once the doors are closed, I am actually, if you like, the police force. Sounds a bit silly, but that's the way it is, because there can only be one governing party on an aircraft. So one that has the complete jurisdiction and the responsibility to make sure that all the laws and regulations and rules are followed. In this case, it's the captain. And the weird thing is, even if there is a police officer on board, that still doesn't mean the powers transferred to that police officer. It is actually still with the captain. And again, those rules and regulations are laid out by the by conventions. So that's just the way it is. And you know, if I don't like it, well, then I guess I have to look for a new job because you know, I signed the contract for that. Do I use season add-ons? Yeah, I do. I have the Rex Accu season. Yeah. Well, bunking again. You know, it's one of those things. You know, we live in a democracy, and so everybody, you know, is entitled to their own views and their own thinking, and but yeah, but when it comes to laws, we all have to, you know, stick to them, follow them. Yeah, Danny. To me personally, you know, if they didn't see the need to protect themselves in these cases, well, yeah, then of course it's a bit overdone. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Hey, you know, the best flights I have is, you know, the good atmosphere that translates to everyone on board. They're all going to on a holiday or something, right? And you know, you're looking forward to it, and you know, it's a beautiful atmosphere on board, even though you have these rules and regulations. But still, you know, it's just nice, nice harmony, and everybody goes off board and really happy. You know, that's the ideal flight, right? We're on time, right? No turbulence, right? That sort of thing. Beautiful weather, and that happens, you know, more often than the example I gave a couple minutes ago. So. This is definitely caused by excess turbulence simulation by Microsoft. That is not normal. These altitude deviations are not normal. That's, again, I've criticized this so often. It's still just overblown by Microsoft still. Thomas, you're currently 10 miles from Victor off a Golf. Okay. Is it true that in the US we're armed US? I don't know, Christopher. Trying to be diplomatic, I don't know. And even if I did know, I wouldn't be allowed to say this openly here. These are very secretive things. So I don't talk about them either. If you ask me, are there sky marshals on some flights? Then I will say yes, but that's known openly. But how they are armed, I can't say. Yeah, right. I can't drink my coffee either. No, you're right. The MD-11 is okay. I need to try the MD-11 again then. VNAV, VNAV is still a bit wonky. Okay, but flyable. Yeah, I tell you what, if you see these kind of climb rates in real life, I will talk about severe turbulence. I actually had severe turbulence coming from Lisbon. Yeah, over the Gulf of Biscuits. No, Gulf of Biscay. I'm not joking. I really have to concentrate when I'm doing my English announcement, and I'm trying to say Gulf of Biscay. I swear to God, I honestly sometimes think, don't say Gulf of Biscuits. I really have to concentrate. Gulf of Biscay. Right, so yeah, we actually had severe turbulence. It was really, really, really bad. Not for long. That was only for 10-15 minutes, but boy, that really caught us out. We had no warning whatsoever. Yeah, Danny, I mean, you know, again, I'm only talking about things that I can say here. I'm allowed to tell you guys. There's nothing secretive, you know, about those things. But yeah, when it comes to sky marshals and so on, that's obviously top secret. So can't talk about that. And regarding that visual approach, you know, the thing is this. So when I have one of those rare occasions where I can actually fly a standard visual approach, because normally what will happen is that you won't have flaps 1 at 1500 feet pattern altitude. So mostly you will be a lot higher, beam the threshold. So you have to improvise the rest of the approach. So to actually have the condition to be perfectly in the right spot, right altitude, right speed, and then be able to fly a nice short visual approach, really stable. So there's nothing, you know, nothing unstable going on. It's all nice, lovely for the passengers, they actually commented and say, hey, lovely view today and a lovely approach. So they actually knew, but they didn't feel uncomfortable because the whole approach was really smooth. And since we don't fly these approaches in real life very often, once you have that and you actually nail it, it's a good feeling, I have to admit. Danny, no, no, I can't hear the passengers in the cockpit. I can't. A pilot was over the alcohol limit. Was stopped before boarding in Florida. Recently, sadly, it was a certified armed pilot. Okay. Well, you know, I personally, again, I will say that any pilot going on active duty under the influence of alcohol or drugs, I mean, that's so irresponsible, and I can't feel sorry for them. They know the rules, they know the laws, it applies to pilots as well. Yeah, so why, you know, if you kind of, let's say for some reason you forget that the next day you have duty, flying duty, and you drink with your friends or something, or have a party, and then, you know, 6 hours before your duty you realize, oh darn, I actually have to go on duty tomorrow. Well, and you know you've had a lot of alcohol. Well, why would you go on duty? You would just simply call in sick. So again, you know, to consciously go on duty under the influence of alcohol or drugs, I mean, completely irresponsible. And then if he actually has, is that still, that's why I was wondering, Bob, is that still a thing in the US? Are the pilots in the US still allowed to carry hand weapons? Or handheld weapons, guns, in the flight deck? I know that was a topic after 9/11, but I wasn't sure if that's still the case. It is. Wow, okay. Wow. To be honest, I don't know what to think about this. I don't know if it's a good idea to, well, I mean, in the US it has proven to be okay. I mean, I have not read any stories about pilots having a fight in the flight deck and started shooting or something. So, so, you know, it doesn't seem to be, you know, safe or unsafe to do so. Federal flight deck officer. Okay. I just thought another story. Hang on, or another topic. Oh yeah, guys, did you read up about the thing in Copenhagen with the TAP Airlines? I think it was a 320neo that did a go around and actually had a reverser unlocked, and they had issues climbing, and they went over really low over some houses in Copenhagen. Yeah, we're gonna try to follow that story and see what happens when they read out the data from the flight recorders. Scary. So for me, that would be interesting to find out if they actually already activated the reverse thrust, because you know the rule that for us at least, once on the ground and we activate the reverse thrust, we are not allowed to go around anymore. But either way, you know, selecting a reverse thrust and then actually going around again, so put the thrust levers toe a notch again, it should still stow the reverse thrust. So there should be no technical issue for the reversers to remain open. I mean, if it is, then Airbus needs to look at the engine manufacturer needs to look at the system, because that should not happen. Yeah, the 777. Yeah, we talked about the 777 on the last stream, Bob. Yeah, so we have not heard anything new on that one either. But that will definitely be also very interesting. And you know what's scary? I mean, these things have been, you know, in Europe, and we talk about almost 2 fatal losses. The 777 was hair-raising close to the ground, and the TAP 320 was also very close to the ground. They were like 105 knots ground speed or something, right? So it's a very close to stalling speed and very low. Yeah, scary stuff. All right, let's get the weather for Ajaccio. Atsu AOC menu. Let's go weather request. Send. So there should be Milano behind us. Yeah, we flew right over Malpensa. We missed that. So let's see, any more questions? Yeah, so Solomon again. Yeah, VNAV is working to a certain extent. So on the arrival, so star, it does work. So it does show you now top descent. What doesn't work is the final approach mode. That does not work. So when you activate the approach phase for an RF approach, you do not get the VDEF bar, for example. So, oh, hang on. You said there is more info. Okay, let me check that. And let me see. Oh yeah, you're right. On April 15th, hang on. So April the 15th, the French BEA reported the aircraft was an ILS approach, 26 left in manual control. Okay, they were in manual control when the crew perceived destabilization of the aircraft and initiated a go-around. However, had difficulties maintaining the flight path during the go-around. Both pilots acted simultaneously on the flight controls. Once the situation had stabilized, the aircraft returned to safe landing. The occurrence category is still undetermined. Okay, so that's weird. So they both acted on the flight controls. Okay. Yeah, they were. You heard the YouTube. There's at least a recording from live ATC recording where you could hear the pilot actually pressing the push to talk button, and you can hear them fighting the flight controls. They were in real distress. You could hear that in the voice. Right, weather. Alright, so it's still 210.3, so we're still going to do the 2-0 approach, guys. We're going to fly the approach. Maybe I'm going to mess it up, who knows, because we don't have the final approach mode. But anyhow, what we're going to do is going to go to progress page, Lima Fox Kilo Juliet, 2-0. So that gives us always the distance to the threshold, which will be interesting for the final turn later on. So if we do this one, I know it's authorization required. I know we would not be allowed to fly this normally in this configuration, but we'll do it. So the way we're going to fly is going to fly in nav mode, just to see how it's tracking the path, the lateral path. And then we're going to use flight path angle. So theoretically speaking, if we have, let's say, gear down, config 3 by this point, and then make sure we dial in 3.6 degrees down and fly this, we should actually be nicely in the slot coming to the final there. But it's June, isn't it, Lilo Pilot? Or April? I think they were always talking about June, I think. Steph, hi, you say you experience with approaches, if you put 3.6 angle exactly from that point, it works perfectly. It should do, yeah. Yeah. April, okay. So sim update 26th April, nice. Yeah, I think I'm home that weekend, so actually we can actually have a look at that. Cool. Very nice. Yeah, so Ajaccio, beautiful, beautiful approach there. Really lovely. So what we'll do is, in case of a missed approach, we'll just follow it to Horo, and then we'll have a look if we do the other VOR circling. So we could theoretically do this as well. So this approach. But this is actually a lot more complicated. The reason being is that I already looked at the approach here. The problem is you do not have a distance to DME or something on this, so you have to go visually by these two mountain peaks to determine your final turn, and you're supposed to go max 4.2 DMEs outbound. So that is actually, and also regarding altitudes, Point Charlie, where's Point Charlie? Point Charlie is that, so descend 2,100. There's Point Charlie at 870 feet, and then it's visually with a 3.7 glide path. But that approach is a lot more problematic compared to this. Yeah, you really need the visual cues for that, right? Good, so what we're going to do is actually, let me change that arrival. I don't see any control here. No, there seems to be no control at Ajaccio. So what we'll do is, we're going to modify the flight plan. So we go from Bebev, and then join the approach. So let me just get rid of this, this, and then it's India Kilo Juliet 20. Does that make sense? Well, let's put Kilo Juliet 601 in here. And then we close that gap. There we go. So BABF, Kilo Juliet 601, initial approach fix, and then we go down to and fly the approach. That's how we're going to do it. Perfect. So now that we've modified the lateral path, we should get a better descent point calculation. And there it is. Looking at rule of thumb, so 39,000 feet down to sea level is around about what, 117 miles plus another 7, 8, so 125 miles of what I would give myself for the descent, which pretty much equals the calculation here. Now the problem is we've got a bit of tailwind, so I would actually put more in the region of 130 miles, which would be pretty much now. So I'm going to actually descend now. And let's go down to 100. Although if I pull vertical speed, it'll dive down, which is not correct. So let's use the rule of thumb again, 5 times ground speed, which is about 2,500 feet per minute. Actually, hang on, no, disregard. We've got to do Mach descent out blue. Let's do managed descent. Let's see what the managed descent mode does. It should work nicely, actually. Good, so A320neo for the landing. Let's see what we have here in the landing calculator.
From the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen, as you may have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated till the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants,
So 210.8, 18 degrees, 1011 feet. That is 17 feet. Runway heading. Runway heading is 202. Dry runway. Runway slope, let's say 0%. Distance available is for landing. So land is available for landing 20 is 2,180. So 2180 approach speed. We're definitely going to do let's do 140 initially just to get out of here. So performance, yeah, well, actually a bit slower for config full. So let's say 130 then. Alright, so 130 knots, approach speed. Right, there we go. So, medium will take 1,500 meters and manual, max manual 1,200. So low is definitely no-go according to the calculator. So if we do our rule of thumb, 30 times gross weight, that's about 1,800 meters. So it should work out, however, it doesn't have much margin. So we're going to go with the calculations, go auto-brake medium, see how that goes. Right, so QNH is... So we've got 15 degrees Celsius, we've got 1011, and the wind, oh hang on, 040 at... sorry, 210 at 3. Alright, who's 24650? Yeah, Danny, that's the plan. Yeah, exactly.
Et sur VDEV.
But we don't know.
T736 Marseille, bonjour, identifié, descendez niveau 80, prévoyez l'ILS Zulu, piste 02.
Ah.
Descendant niveau 80, prévoyons approche ILS Zulu, piste 02, avec CR1 T736.
We'll ask for wind reasons.
Marseille Control, easy 828 with you, level at 360, and we're inbound, impact. With the 828 Marseille, bonjour, identified, you can proceed direct to LSAG. Direct LSAG, EC828.
Marseille Control, good evening, the 55 Lima India, at flight level 370, inbound balance.
With the 55 Lima India, Marseille, bonjour, identified.
Marseille, bonsoir from Corsica, 71 Bravo, passing 275, descending level 100.
Pascal 71 Bravo, Marseille, bonjour, descent flight level 150, expect ILS Zulu approach runway 02.
Okay, descent level 150 and expecting ILS Zulu 02. However, if traffic permits, we would appreciate the RMP 20. See what he makes of that.
Pascal 71 Bravo, Roger, call you back.
Standing by. We'll see how it goes. So I'm willing to do a holding pattern even, just to do the approach.
Bonjour, Easy, Marseille Control, Easy 67 Hotel Mike with you, descending to firewall 230, inbound Mike Oscar uniform.
Easy 67 Hotel Mike Marseille, bonjour, identify descent flight level 150.
Descending flight level 150, Easy 67 Hotel Mike.
Yeah, so right now we are still on the approach, at least towards BBF. But since we're under control now, we have to be standing by to see what happens. That's interesting. Anyway, so the order rate is medium for now. And if we get the approach, again, it's going to be from initial fix Kilo Juliet 20. We have to cross that at 3,000 feet. Well, or higher, but minimum is 3,000 feet.
Control,
Mandatory 3,000 is at this point.
Inbound Adita.
Because that's the final approach point.
Marseille, bonjour, set scope 1000.
Hey, the Banshee.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima, scope 1000.
Casca 71 Bravo, on present heading descent flight level 80, you can expect RNP approach runway 20.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. So on present heading, descent level 80 and RMP 20 approach. Thank you, Corsica 71 Bravo. Brilliant. Big round of applause. So Banji, thank you so much for your 3 months support. Good evening, Black Box. Good evening, chat. Just arrived back home. I was on vacation on Vagoga. Nice. I hope you had some good weather. Lovely. I hope I had a lovely holiday there. And thank you so much for the 3 months support.
Adeline 145 Marseille, bonjour, set scope 1000, please.
Oh, that's me. Just switched off the autopilot with my elbow.
Descender 4 Alpha Lima identified.
Cool, so we got to be confirmed.
Sudri, you are cleared for the Sudri to Lima arrival.
Let me just do open descend here. Slow down a bit. How many miles do we have? We've got... I would say that we're actually a bit high in the profile. So BBF...
Descender 4 Alpha Lima direct to Sudri, cleared Sudri to Lima arrival.
So for the BBF...
I'm sorry, what's the last call for Lufthansa for Alpha Lima?
That is...
FM proceed direct to Sudri, cleared Sudri to Lima arrival.
16... That 18 miles, 19
Lufthansa
miles.
for Alpha Lima, proceed direct to Sudri and clear
to the
Sudri Alpha Lima.
So we should be 6,000
arrival
at
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima, sorry.
Accès unité 736, descendez 4000 pieds de QNH 1012, autorisé à approcher la piste 02.
You got sunburn, seriously?
Descendez 4000 pieds QNH 1012, autorisé à approcher ELLX 0 piste 02 X5, chef français.
Lovely weather here, look at that.
Marseille Control, bonsoir, Lufthansa 380 Super, flight level 3, level 430.
Descender 380 Super Marseille, bonsoir, identified.
Thank you, and CBD field sent on X-ray.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima, confirm Sudri to Lima arrival?
Correct.
Thank you.
Good. One thing to do is find the minimum. So we need 640 feet minimums. I just saw that.
55 Lima India, when ready, descent flight level 29.
Yeah, so we'll take Charlie, obviously 640.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima, when ready, descent flight level 290.
And negative, that wasn't for you, that was for Easy 55 Lima India, when ready,
set.
descent flight level 290.
RATNAV, now we don't need anything because we're doing RNP approach.
Easy 55 Lima India, ready for descent, descend flight level 290.
I guess you could argue to have something as a backup, Ajaccio. We'll put that in there. Just have a raw data indication there to the field, 50 miles. I'm going to use a bit of speed brakes here because, again, if we go straight in from BBF, currently on the radar vectors.
67 Hotel Mike descent, flight level 80.
Yeah, we want to be at 6,000 there.
Saying flight level 80, easy.
Oh look, now it's actually saying we're high in the profile. There we go. It's quite sunny. You flew back from... Oh, nice. Oh, lovely though. What plane was it? Was it a twin mot or was it a single mot?
Marseille Control, hello. This is Evelyn 566 on flight level 330.
Evelyn 566 Marseille, bonjour. Identified, say your max number.
Now I'm also going to slow down here. So 250 on the speed.
Is 780.
Let's activate
Evelyn
the push
566,
phase.
Roger. Reduce decimal 76 for sequencing.
Right, let's go down also on the
Reduce speed 760.
TCAS, so that way we can monitor any aircraft ahead of us. And Alex, good evening. Yeah, doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? Good. So minimums is 640, and for the missed approach, we are, unless ADC says something different, but we're going to do a standard missed approach, climb to
55 Lima India, contact Barcelona Control 132.35. Good evening.
Max 160 knots, then to Horo, climbing 3,000 feet.
132 decimal 350 ED 55 Lima India. Thanks, goodbye.
So 3,000 feet for the missed approach. Transition is 5,000 feet.
Easy 67 Hotel Mike, radar vectors for the ILS 35 right, turn left, heading 140.
Good. Yeah, landings are required. We just calculate orbit medium.
35 right, easy 67
and for medium, it says we need about 1,500.
71 Bravo right, heading 240, descent to flight level 60.
Writing 240 and descent level 60, Corsica 71 Bravo. So 60 and heading 240. So that means we've got a bit of delay vectors, so I can actually store the speed brakes again. 10,000 feet. Let's put the signs on. Ah, beautiful sun effect here. Gorgeous. Beautiful.
The A28 proceed direct to Minka.
Direct Minka, easy 828.
What else do we need? Sector altitudes, so high terrain around the airport, so threats definitely terrain today. Yeah, it's pretty much in a like a U-form valley there, isn't it? So the sea is fine, everything else is high terrain, so we have to be aware of that. Sector 3,700 to the west of India, Kilo Juliet 20. Which is here. So anything west of that is alright. Anything east of that is high terrain, obviously. So yeah, keeping eyes peeled for that. Fuel state, 3.6 tons. So that was actually a good calculation then. So it's not too bad. So we need min diversion. We don't have any calculation anymore. A twin otter, nice, like a twin. So, oh yeah, I was it like a the ones that go to Helgoland as well. So diversion fuel is about 2.1. So in case of missed approach, we have enough fuel for a second approach before considering to divert. Yes, so Ricardo, we are doing. So today, I've been given a copy of the Ajaccio new scenery, and also I've been given
the 67 Hotel Mike descent
a copy of the FS Navigator software. So we're definitely going to do another flight.
145, climb flight level 350.
350, Avenue 145, thanks.
Car clear 71 Bravo left turn direct Kilo Juliet 601. You are cleared for the RNP approach runway 20.
Direct, Kilo Juliet 601, we're cleared for the RMP 20 approach, course car 71 Bravo, thank you. So, let's do this, direct, Kilo Juliet 601. So the FS Academy, the new one there. It's a VFR course from a real-world pilot. So actually, that's something I'm looking forward to because that way I can actually learn maybe some things again regarding VFR flying. So at the moment, the thing is this, guys. At the moment, we are stuck at 60. I need to confirm that we can descend on our own down to 3,000 feet. I'm just going to wait a few more miles.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima requests fire due to, weather.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima, Roger. I can give you flight level 350 and 370.
So there we go, NAF, direct Kilo Juliet 601, and from there we're cleared here for the approach.
Lufthansa for Alpha
So
Lima 350.
601, we go to Indy Kilo Juliet 20 and then follow that path.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima climbing 350.
You hate taxiing in Madrid, yeah, it's a long taxi. And Norcal, good evening, how are you doing? So max 6,000, then we've got 12 miles. So we are all right for the next leg. Although, I tell you what, no, we don't have to ask because we're going to cross 60 at that waypoint, and then we are on the approach from the initial approach fix, so we can actually send down to 3,000 there. We're cleared for the approach. Nice, you're doing a 757 Gran Canaria to Leeds, lovely.
Circling approach in Calvi, runway
145, Roger, I will kill you back.
That is pretty. Nice. Cool. So I'm going to pre-dial 3,000 here. And the
67 Hotel Mike, left hand heading 110.
1011.
Heading 110, easy 67 Hotel Mike.
And we'll start slowing down here.
Busy 828, when ready, descend flight level 190.
When ready, descend flight level 190, easy 828.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima, just wondering, would you like a circling approach number 36 or a localizer approach number 18?
The RP approach. I know that officially we would not be allowed to fly this with this configuration, but we did an exception. We got special clearance today, alright. So down 3,000, and that's the valley there onto the final. It's a beautiful approach. Love it.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima, do you want the circling approach for the runway 36 or the localizer approach
the
for
standard
the runway 18?
And I have not tried them, Avenger.
Lufthansa for Alpha Lima, yeah, we would like
I would
to
guess they're not bad, but maybe someone who's tried them here
we
can,
wasn't asking for that, but we take it.
can let us know. So let's go, descend out blue. And let's do this on 1011. So at the moment the VNAV function should be working. That means it should calculate the path so that we'll reach 3,000 well latest here. Now, the thing is this, you can do it this way if you trust your VNAV profile. Otherwise, maybe reach 3,000 here already. Just to give you some more time for slowing down, because that's really vital that you are you know, configured with at least config 3 maybe even gear down by that final descent point there. So actually, I'm gonna do this open descend. So thrust idle up descend.
Berlin 566, reduce Mach decimal 74.
Reduce Mach
Danny
074,
tried.
Berlin 566.
They are bad to learn VFR, not for general flight feeling. Okay, yeah. I'll tell you all about the course on the next flight. We'll go through the topics that are available with that that add-on, the price, etc., etc. Good, 2,000.
Marseille control, good evening, and Nostrum 8055, flight level 330 inbound.
Beautiful weather, look at that.
8055 Marseille, bonjour, identified, proceed direct
The
to
airport
the
is behind here somewhere, so that's the valley we
Direct
can go
to
through.
Nostrum
You
8055.
see the little lakes there. So that's the approach path, and then onto final. Hey. Right, hey Sim Caesar, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thanks for your message, Sim Caesar. I'll answer you tomorrow, I think. Right, I'm going to use vertical speed. 1,000 feet per minute is fine. 3,000 feet. Hey, Mr. Saturday. You've been sticking with the dev version for a long time now. So, well, to be honest, I've not had any bigger issues, knock on wood,
828 contact from radar,
regarding an experimental version. So,
124.2, easy 828. Thank you very much. Bye.
I'm happy with it.
67 Hotel Mike descent 4000 QNH 1019er.
Sending 4000
So we got the lights
QNH
on,
is
we've got the seatbelt signs
1019er easy 67
QNH is
Hotel Mike.
checked. Perfect. There we are on live weather. Let me just check, make sure that we have the correct weather here as well.
145, I would love to
1012.
go on the toilet in 3 minutes, yeah?
Alright. Should be fine now.
So that session coding second.
I would like to leave the cockpit for treatment, please.
Approved, report back.
For treatment? Okay. So let's go flaps 2. Speeds checked. Flaps 2. And again, we want to make sure we are getting slowed down. Nice stable.
1 Bravo runway 20, you are clear to land, windy 050 degrees.
2,500.
Runway 20, clear to land. Course gas 7 Bravo. Thank you. The reason why I want to be nice and stable here is to get a nice steady descent going. So any deviations in the descent rate by configuring the aircraft will mean that you're not going to be on a nice stable path. So flight path angle is selected here. Here comes gear down.
2,500.
Is checked.
V67 Hotel Mike left turning to Ingu, you are cleared ILS approach runway 355.
Speed managed. Flaps 3, speed check, flaps 3.
Direct Ingu and cleared for a ILS
so we've got
for
nav.
35 right.
Now we'll dial in
67 Hotel Mike.
descend. And I'm going to start 0.3 miles prior, which is now, and 3.6 degrees down. Flaps full, speed check, flaps full. So, from now on, we just watch the approach. There's the airport. We're clear to land.
Berlin 566, you are cleared for the Sudri to Lima arrival. You can expect circling.
So it has a deviation pointer. The problem is it does not have that normal.
Expect circling approach for runway 36, and can you repeat
path
the star?
So that's why you can't use the approach button.
Berlin 566 cleared.
3000 approach set.
Lima
landing
arrival.
checklist. ECA memo landing no blue.
Sudri to Lima arrival. Roger. For circling approach runway 36, Berlin 566.
What we can do to help us determine if we're on the right path or not is actually look at the distance to runway. So here, 602, we're supposed to have 1720. So that is a good point we can check our altitude. So I can see that we're a bit high in the profile. It is an absolutely gorgeous approach. This is, I mean, in real life, this will be incredible. So look at that. There's the airport. Good. So 1720. Not bad. Not bad. Maybe
1,000.
just a tad high. Let's go 4% down. 4 degrees down. 1,000.
1,000.
Well, a bit higher though.
1,000.
So the next one, 603. This waypoint there was supposed to have 830. Coming around the corner here. There's the runway, clear to land. Bit of tailwind. Well, wind calme.
1,000.
So just use the autopilot. Just trust. Look at that. 2 red, 2 white. Perfect. Let's go 3.6 degrees then.
367 at Mike descent 3000.
Look at that. 2 red, 2 white.
1,000.
I'm gonna go manual thrust here.
3,000. 67 Hotel Mike.
1,000.
Right, just get a little low here. Manual flight. And now we can simply just fly the poppies down. Clear to land. Careful with speed.
100 above.
145 suspect at the cockpit.
Right.
Minimum.
Continue. We've already done the checklist. All fine. Clear to land. Wind 2 knots tailwind is copied. Beautiful approach.
400.
Love it. Bit of lag here.
300. 200. 100.
Right, keep your aim point.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Lovely landing. We got spoilers, reverse green decel. Right, manual brakes. There's only taxiway at the end of the runway, so we're already 70 knots here. Let's close the reversers. Beautiful approach there. Love it. So you can see that, you know, even with the fact that you don't have the final approach mode, you can still fly such an approach. I mean, not in real life. Obviously, in real life, you would...
71 Bravo, welcome to Ajaccio, taxi to stand 3 via Tango.
Stand 3 via Tango. Thank you so much for the approach. Much appreciated, Corsica 71 Bravo. Thank you.
Anytime.
Really cool, that controller. Lovely. Right. Cool. Let's do the after landing flows. TCAS.
367 Hotel Mike runway 35 right, you are clear to land wind 340 degrees, 12 knots.
Clear to land runway 35 right, easy 67 Hotel Mike.
Lufthansa 4 Alpha Lima, request lower.
Right.
Center 4, also flight level 150.
Pretty wind shear off. Let's start the APU.
Lufthansa 4 Alpha Lima, descent flight level 150.
Master Control, good evening, Lufthansa 6 Alpha with you. Flight level 30, climb 390 inbound.
So, via Tango stand 3. Let's see if we can find it.
Inbound Golf Victor Alpha, Lufthansa 6 Alpha.
There's stand 3.
Lufthansa 76 Alpha, Marseille, bonsoir, identified.
So it's a bit of a weird taxi, and you have to go this way and then point the aircraft towards the terminal. That was a beautiful sunset approach, though. Love it. Lila Pilot, good night to you. Take care. Stay safe. Right, so we look at here at the 320 marker. So this is one of those airports where you taxi in yourself and just line up the line there with your seating position, and then you know that you've got the right distance there. Right about there. Good. APU is available. APU bleed on. 1, 2 off. That goes off. That is off. Beacon. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so we're going to go services. Let's go that baggage truck. Cool. Parking checklist. APU bleed is on. Yellow leg pump is off. We have the engines off. Seatbelts off. Parking brake currently on, and radar predictor wind shear is off. Park checklist complete. Thomas, you're on my right. Hang on, where are you? Oh, there, down here. Ah, there we go.
Berlin 145, when ready, descend flight level 150.
That's you here then.
When ready, descend 150, Berlin 145.
Now let's do the Phoenix. Now, the thing is, I don't know when exactly the PNG 737 will be released, but man, I'm looking forward to it for sure. It's going to be huge hype about this. Right, lovely. If you don't know what scenery this is, there's a new scenery from Pilot Experience. Or Sim, hang on, let me get the name right. It's called Pilot Experience Sim. So pretty much a new developer that I've not seen before, but they have some more sceneries as well, so on their website. Let me see, they have...
Control, Condor 6 Foxtrot Echo, checking in 320.
Condor 6 Foxtrot Echo, Marseille, both where you are identified.
So they have sceneries for Biarritz, they have
runway 35 right,
lots of stuff there. They have Ajaccio, obviously, Saint-Tropez, they have
Bravo 81 via Tango.
Montpellier, I think it is, they have as well.
Could you repeat the stand number, and we'll taxi via Tango and cross-runway.
So definitely lots of sceneries to have. Right, so...
Bravo 81.
Daytime, obviously. Textures, very nice.
Tango to stand Bravo H1 Easy 67 Hotel Mike.
The 2 towers, which is correct. Lovely fire brigade. Very nice. Let's visit the tower. Oh, GG's. Even that is modeled in here. Lovely. Cool. Right. And a terminal building now. I've already seen that part of the interior is modeled as well, which is very nice. I love that. Yes, it depends on the software standards. So our aircraft at the moment, those that don't have the automatic medium or automatic low setting or RTO or max, it was cool. Not all of them have them yet, but the software upgrades actually will make it available for all aircraft in our fleet. So yeah, but again, that is a flight warning computer standard that has to be installed.
Delta 76 Alpha, proceed direct.
I'll just switch off. What are the questions that we have? We had random question. You text around Madrid Airport. If you haven't fair played the names, you got the refer to. Yeah, so Danny, I know that's one of those things you just have to practice, and the confusing thing is that you have a lot of things like mic 4, mic 5, mic 6, etc. And they will just say mic via mic. And the thing is, they have standard routings. So, you know, you would have to look for the AOI or the charts to check that, you know, which one is the correct taxiway to take for your direction, either going inbound or outbound. So, yeah, it just takes a bit of practice. No, so Jan, it's not Neo only. I can definitely confirm that that is just a flight warning computer standard setting. So not just Neos, no. It came with the Neos because those were the newest aircraft with the newest flight warning computer standards, and they couldn't be delivered without them because of the features that these aircraft have. But the older ones will get a software upgrade. How come the top hang on, top TAS you can get to this highest at sea level and not low density like ground? Hang on, what? So Slim Games, I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding your question. How come the top true airspeed you can get to is highest at sea level at not lower density like? Okay, so now I get the question. Yeah, so it has to do with the Mach number relation. Right, so at ground level, what you have is a measured, so physically measured indicated airspeed, which is a calibrated airspeed, really. So calibrated airspeed, which then is being calculated into a true airspeed. You can't measure true airspeed; you can only calculate it. And that's normally done by INS systems these days. So the higher you go, the less will be your indicated airspeed because the air gets thinner. At some point, you will then switch to Mach number as an indication for your aerodynamic behavior of the aircraft. And so by that relation, the true airspeed then on those charts is actually maxed out near sea level. I don't even have a, let's see if I have a chart somewhere. But again, it has to do with aerodynamics. So at high altitude, you have the problem with the speed of sound. And so the airflow over the wings reaching Mach 1, right, that will be a problem because these aircraft are not designed to go above the speed of sound. And hence you are limited aerodynamically by the Mach number at high altitude, which is not the highest true airspeed. But why would you go that high? Well, because the engines are a lot more efficient at high altitude. Hey, there he is. So Pilot Experience Sim. Yeah, wonderful scenery, absolutely. And again, we've seen the approach. It's brilliant. It's so much fun to come here. And I'll show you the night lighting as well. So this airport simply is, you know, one of those I would get because of the fact that it is such a beautiful location with Corsica, and then you have these amazing approaches into Ajaccio, and a very nice looking scenery. Even night lighting is very nice. Love it. Yeah, that will be one of my must-haves. Yeah, and once again, Pilot Experience Sim, thank you much for gifting one of those sceneries to me. Yeah, no. Don't even try that. Don't even try to get me to say or pronounce it correctly. Beautiful, man. That's such a beautiful surrounding. You know what? This is one of those destinations I think I have to visit at some point. Lovely. Cool. Right, so for the next flight, guys, I can actually just leave the stream running. I don't need to switch off the stream. Ajaccio. Ajaccio. Yeah, there we go. Cool. what we'll do now is we're going to go do some VFR flying. I'll show you another lovely add-on that I've been gifted. The reason why I've actually declined some showcases lately because of the time factor. I don't have that much time at the moment, unfortunately. But this is actually a add-on I was actually intrigued to get because it gives you the option to go through a VFR flying course. Now again, it's for simulator use. However, so go to custom content, and I've got the FS Academy Navigator add-on. So if you are interested in, you know, either doing a PPL in real life at some point, or just learn, you know, some navigation stuff, some VFR flying stuff, some tips and tricks of the trade in the flight sim, this could be a very nice course. So what we'll do, we'll go over the next couple of streams. We'll go through this course together, and again, we're going to learn some more things about VFR flying. And you can see that it has obviously how many courses? 12 different units. So it starts off very simple by you know, view from above. So take the first steps into authentic VFR navigation. Then it has to be, you know, stepping stones, string a series of waypoints together into a route, introduce the element of time as you tour Cornwall, learn how to stay on course when the wind blows, embark upon longer legs between waypoints, embrace controlled airspace and get the grips with the radios, keep the show on the road in the winter months, explore your options for nighttime navigation, also very interesting, that one. Mrs. Saturday. Thank you much, Pilot Experience Sim, very kind of you. Yeah, and I enjoyed the approach here again. We've done the approach several times on P3D at least, and we even done group flights into Ajaccio, so very nice. Wave your way around through the French Alps, tour New York City skyline, and navigate the islands of Scotland en route to Glasgow. Yeah, so lots of stuff to go and do. Thomas, thank you much. You too, take care. So the cool thing is that these units actually mean you start off in the air, for example. You don't have to do all the preparations. And it tells you as well the flight duration. So the first lesson today is going to be, yeah, getting to grips with the range of ground features available for your route planning. So it comes with a manual as well, and there in the manual, it'll tell you exactly what you're looking for with all the different units. Also, it gives you some basic infos regarding cockpit views, the instrumentation. So if you're very new, this will definitely help as well. For those that are more experienced on these aircraft, don't worry, don't have to go through everything there. But yeah, it explains you the the different units, what you're looking for. So for the first lesson today, it says commence your exploration into the world of VFR navigation by getting to grips with the range of ground features available to you for your route planning. So see the pros and cons of line, point and area features with a tour of the UK South Coast on a warm summer day. Navigation is a fundamental skill of aircraft flying. Yep, it is. Finding your way visually is one of the most rewarding activities you can undertake in a light aeroplane. Picking out landmarks and touring the landscape by sight. Now, of course, Thomas, yeah, once again, thanks for flying along. Take care, stay safe. From experience, I can definitely say if you are learning to navigate visually, it is very intense sometimes, especially when you're flying around areas where you have control zones nearby. So we're talking about visual cues and not using a GPS system. And when you do your PPL, you will have to prove that you are capable of doing these navigation visually, not using a GPS system. We'll take a look at different types of ground features we can use for en route navigation as we cruise across between West Sussex and Hampshire. Choosing the right ground features to look for is an important step in planning a successful route. So we will start by introducing you to various features that are the most useful to you as a pilot. So features are roughly divided into three main types. So roads, railways, coastline, power line, bridge, junction, airfield, town, city, woodland, lake. Right, then it explains you things like line feature, and so on. Well, we'll start the lesson and we'll learn about these things as we go. So let's have a look then. Let's go and fly. It's a beautiful, warm summer day. Alright, we're ready to fly. We are. Oh, hang on. Disregard. I want my yoke. I don't want to use my... I want to use my yoke for the real feel. For the real feel of flying a Cessna. Keep default. And one thing I want to do though is I'm going to go control options. One thing I found, and you don't have to do it, but one thing I found is that if you use GA aircraft, I have found this to be, let's have a look, default. Okay, so I need to set let's set this as a DC6 profile. And the sensitivities, you have to change the pitch mode. And I'm not joking, I'm like -70. And the reason is that it just really dims down the pitch sensitivity, which is what I always found in VFR GA aircraft so annoying.
Welcome to FS Academy Navigator. Cross-country navigation is one of the most rewarding experiences in aviation, and that's exactly what we're going to cover in this series. We'll start by demonstrating how the different types of ground features we can use for navigation look from the air, then build up to more sophisticated techniques, including controlled airspace, drift corrections, and challenging conditions. It's a warm summer's day over the UK's south coast, with some haze and light clouds. Great conditions for commencing our exploration of VFR navigation. VFR standing for Visual Flight Rules. Keep following the coast eastbound at 2,500 feet, and we'll take a look at how to select and use ground features for navigation. Navigation in its basic form is stringing together a series of landmarks that are easily visible from the air.
Is that Bournemouth? I don't know.
There's a range of useful features that you can select as waypoints.
Good question.
Which can be divided into three main categories: lines, points, and areas. On your left side is the coastline, which is a great example of a line feature. A line feature gives very accurate guidance in a single dimension. This is to say that when following a coast, as we are at the moment, we have a very clear indication of our lateral tracking, as it's immediately obvious if we are to the left or right side of the coast. However, following a straight line gives little information in terms of distance, unless there is a standout feature along the line, such as a town, harbour, pier, or other distinctive landmark. Up ahead we see that the coastline has a sharp bend to the left, which is just the kind of easily visible and unmistakable characteristic that we look for when selecting waypoints at the planning stage. Fly along the coast until we reach the sharp bend, known as Selsey Bill.
Alright, so, sharp bends.
Aim to keep us at 2,500 feet.
I'm trying. Right, so yeah, sharp turns, so anything that really sticks out. So coastline, straight line, I understand that. So straight line feature, of course. Motorways would be, I think, another one. Kind of straight line standing out. So this kind of landscape, you can see you can make out some individual points really easily. However, you may fly at an area where you have desert, for example, or you have lots of agriculture, so you know, huge fields that all look the same, and you don't have a coastline, anything like that. You don't have lakes. You can get lost really easily. Does this have a grading system? No. No, I don't. No, it has not. At least not what I've seen up to now. So it also gives you a nice idea of what you would be doing, you know, if you're doing a PPL training.
Now please make a 180 turn to the left to follow the coast in the other direction.
Wow, that looks so detailed down there. Oh, lovely. Good, let's do a nice turn. Let's not drop the nose. Let's make sure we stay at 2,500 feet. And again, VFR flying means you have to look outside. There's no one separating you from other aircraft. So you need to monitor your surroundings, fly the aircraft, don't stall. So now we're going to Thorney Island. There's an airport there, which we don't see from this distance, but as we get closer.
Again on our left we see the coastline. It's typically best to keep a line feature to your left side, as this makes it easiest to see from your seat. Other aircraft following the same line should also be doing this, which gives some assurance of separation.
Right,
you could follow a coastline for many hours, giving high confidence in lateral tracking, but unless your destination is also coastal, this is unlikely to be your most direct route. Continue ahead towards the disused airfield at Thorney Island, a good example of the next type of ground feature, the point feature.
Right. So that's a line feature there, that's a point feature.
Point features are distinct landmarks which provide a single accurate location. These are usually most useful as turning points, as they give an exact spot on the ground at which you can accurately commence the next leg of your route. They do not provide any guidance until they are in view, so distances between 2 point features is limited to your visual range. Disused airfields can be a useful tool, particularly in the UK, as there are many of them scattered across the landscape.
That is true.
Being out of service, there's also no air traffic control or airspace considerations
Bob, take
for
care.
flying
Thanks a lot,
directly over them, unlike an active
Have a great
airfield.
Easter time.
However, their appearance varies greatly. Some, such as Thorney Island, are readily visible, as the runways are still present and are paved, which contrasts well with their surroundings. Other examples may be difficult to pick out. They might lack the original runways and may be redeveloped for other uses, such as farming, storage, or housing. Take us towards Thorney Island just up ahead.
This is really, I love it, it's really relaxing. I'm sitting there like resting my palms on the yoke here. Just, you know, ever so smooth inputs.
Notice how, as you get close to a feature, it becomes obscured by the aircraft's nose. As you get near, you could make a slight deviation to the right in order to keep the feature visible, but being cautious not to harm the accuracy of your turn onto the next leg. It can also be useful on the approach to a point to select a spot alongside, so that you can more accurately judge when you've reached overhead.
Yeah, I would literally do it this way, so you know, I can see part of it. I don't see a big issue by going, you know, half a mile. It's not even half a mile, a quarter of a mile, you know, left or right of such a waypoint. Yeah, one thing I'm wondering if at some point we learn a little bit about VFA, you know, flight planning. So, you know, getting out your aviator calculators, looking at, you know, tracks, speeds.
We're overhead Thorney Island now. Please make a left turn towards Portsmouth, and we'll look at the next type of waypoint, the area feature.
Right. Portsmouth. There it is. So line, point, now area feature.
Up ahead we have the city of Portsmouth, situated on Portsea Island. Portsmouth is a very historic military city, having been a huge part of the Royal Navy since 1194, and is home to about 2/3 of the Navy's surface ships.
Wow.
Towns and cities are typically too large to be considered as a single point, but their large dimensions do make them more visible from a distance.
That's true.
It is often most useful to select a point feature that is within an area feature. This could be a landmark building, major road junction, or perhaps a sports stadium. The large area feature gives visibility from a distance, and then when you get nearer, the point feature provides accuracy. Other examples of area features are industrial facilities and large lakes, each with their own benefits and limitations, which you'll experience throughout Navigator. Keep us on our way to Portsmouth, and we'll pick out a point feature once we get nearer.
Alright, makes sense, right? So we have a big city. You can clearly make that out, so especially with, you know, some of the water features, very distinct. So if you have a VFR map, you could definitely make that out. And also then to pinpoint something, you know, you have, like, let's say radio towers, or like I said, stadiums, some industries, or industrial complexes, you name it. Man, I'm really keeping the 2500 very nicely, I may say. It's as if the autopilot is on. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't have an autopilot, does it? No, I don't think so. So we've got church here, I think.
As we get nearer to the city, we can pick out a local landmark, the Spinnaker Tower.
Oh.
Designed to represent the spinnaker sail of a ship, the Spinnaker Tower is a tall, distinctive building that is prominently visible beside the water.
Okay.
This makes it a natural choice for a visual reporting point, VRP.
Oh, this one here, yeah.
VRPs are officially recognised and shown on VFR maps, chosen for their easy recognition.
There we go.
Take us over the Spinnaker VRP.
So I would say that looks like a Spinnaker, right? There we go, yeah. So really easily to make out, right? And again, this is, you know, to make sure that you don't get lost, or if you do get lost, at least, you know, find your way back to your original routing. Yes, FI, I remember that. I flew.
Notice how densely populated Portsmouth is, with rows and rows of terraced streets. Choosing a particular street would be challenging, even for those familiar with the area, making them unlikely choices for a point feature.
Oh, it's got a stadium here you can choose. Yeah, I remember flying the 172, 152. Yeah, both very stable, very nice aircraft. You know, easy to. The only thing I found with crosswind, I found them a bit more challenging to land. But apart from that, yeah, beautiful aircraft to learn flying on. So that's the Spinnaker Tower. You can see that. Look at that. Beautiful. Has anybody been to Portsmouth? Who's been to Portsmouth here? Lovely. Wow, that's really nice.
Now please make a turn to the right to head north.
That is gorgeous. So, back pressure as you do your turn. Don't let the nose drop. It's not an Airbus. There we go. 25-degree turn. Now say, old chap, spiffing. Go.
We'll now look at crossing a line feature rather than following along its length. As line features are single dimension, as we discussed earlier, if we plan to cross over the line, we get little to no lateral guidance as we approach. But we do now get very accurate distance information, as we know the exact moment that we cross the line. In this case, the M27 motorway.
That's true.
This can be very useful for checking timings to see if the flight is progressing at the expected speed. Major discrepancies can indicate a change in the wind. Fly north until we reach the M27 motorway.
There it is. Man, I have to admit, you know, this is something I am definitely going to go and embark upon once I retire. It just looks so lovely. And you've got time. You know, things, the whole flight is a lot slower, and you can actually have some time to look around. Enjoy the landmarks. Beautiful. There we go, that's the M27 crossing that northbound.
Here we are crossing directly overhead to the M27 from a 90-degree angle. Using line features in this way can help when lost, as you can head towards the line, knowing that you will eventually meet it, from which point you can work out where along the line you are. Now turn left to follow the M27 westbound, keeping it on your left.
Right. Back pressure. Oh, this is fun. Now, this is where the yoke actually is a lot of fun. Just gives such a natural kind of feeling.
Level the wings here and we can see the motorway stretching off into the distance, which would be an easy line feature to follow.
Indeed. So railways are not a good idea, too often hidden under lines and trees, yeah. It's more, even as they can be barely visible. Yeah, I would agree, yeah.
So now we've had a look at the various types of features that can be chosen as reliable waypoints. Throughout Navigator, we'll introduce concepts such as wind drift and the navlog, plus explore some of the varied landscapes that you will come across, such as mountain valleys, snow-covered countryside, and a dark night in the desert.
Ooh. Spicy.
Next, we'll look at stringing a series of waypoints together to form a basic route.
Nice. There we go. What happens if I press continue? Does it go forward to the next lesson? Oh no, it can okay, continue, I can simply fly along. It's the Twitch, no, so the thing is, I mean, I've you know, the settings now, I've actually dialed down the sensitivity of the pitch axes, because I've always found, especially with the GA aircraft, the pitch axis is horrendously sensitive. So what I've just done now with the yoke, I've actually dialed down the pitch axis sensitivity. Yeah, so you know the initial inputs aren't so great. To be fair, for the roll, actually, you know, I can actually do maybe 30 or 35% somewhere in that region to dial down the roll sensitivity as well. And that way, I have a feeling that it's much more realistic, because that's how the aircraft should be feeling when you actually do your, smaller inputs. It would not go and be so twitchy. So yeah, that's actually really nice. Yeah, even Tony, even in another aircraft, I've always found the pitch axis to be horrendously sensitive. So yeah, something to consider, dialing down a bit. Nice. So one thing in Microsoft Flight Sim, we've already talked about how actually that sim is more a scenery simulator for now, missing the big jets, good simulation of the big jets. But at least I have not really embarked on some more serious VFR flying, meaning making flight plans like in the good old days. Actually having VFR map on your lap or on your desk, for that matter at home, but to actually make your flight planning with the real life weather, and then actually fly along, and don't use GPS. Actually use your eyeballs. Thank you much, Geeb. Hey, stay safe. Have a great Easter time. Right, I think we'll do one more. One more lesson, so that you guys have an idea, and for those that are interested, actually. So where is it? Further down, custom content. There we go. So stepping stones. This could go through as GoPro footage, right? It is beautiful. I mean, again, VFR flying here in Microsoft Flight Sim. Great stuff. So what can we expect now from lesson 2? So point feature, there we go. So it explained about the area feature, combined features, right? So, oh, that was the map actually. Look, yeah, that was. It actually comes with a map you can actually use as well. Thorny Island. Yeah, and you can see, you know, from normal VFR maps, you know, you need to learn to read those, understand what power lines look like, you know, the motorway looks like. Yeah, and here is the Spinnaker Tower. So that landmark feature is actually shown quite nicely here on the map. So let's have a look at number. You know. Oh, nice music, like it. So use what you have just learned about ground features to string a series of features together into a simple route across California, nice, towards San Francisco. Ooh. Now that you've seen examples of the various types of waypoints you can select for navigation, we will connect the dots and take a short trip across San Francisco Bay, terminating at the Golden Gate Bridge. Oh, that's beautiful. The simplest form of navigation is to fly visually from one feature to the next, like hopping between stepping stones. This requires the distances between waypoints to be limited, however, as you must be able to see the next ground feature in order to turn towards it. That makes sense. This can become an issue when traversing featureless terrain or when visibility is restricted. However, if conditions permit, this can be an easy and effective method of finding your way across the landscape, requiring only minimal pre-flight planning, and works particularly well when flying an area you are familiar with, offering total flexibility. Transponder. As we approach San Francisco, we will have to be mindful of the airspace around San Francisco International. The first aspect of airspace we will encounter is the arrival into a transponder mandatory zone, TMZ. This is defined an area that surrounds many major airports that require a transponder to be fitted to your aircraft in order to permit the entry. The transponder, often shortened transponder, of your Cessna 152 can be found at the base of the radio stack and is set to a squawk code of 1200. This is a standard code in the US and some other locations to label us for ATC radar screen as a light aircraft flying under visual VFR rules, and is referred to as conspicuity code. Other countries will use the ICAO code of 7000. So here in Europe, for example, we do use 7000. Nice, so it gives you emergency code, radio failure code, and unlawful interference code. And the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the VFR squawk code is 1200. There we go, so learn something. Good. So that's the routing. So transponders vary in terms of sophistication. The most common type found in light aircraft are Mode Charlie, which transmits our squawk code, indicated altitude, allowing this information to be displayed on ATC. Mode Sierra transponders are more advanced units which can transmit much more data, such as speed, aircraft type, autopilot settings, and can even communicate with other similarly equipped aircraft to provide collision avoidance functionality. Our more simplistic Mode Charlie transponder is more than enough to allow us into the TMZ, which is denoted on the map by the red scalloped circle, so this one here. The TMZ is listed as stretching from the surface to 10,000 feet. So TMZ, surface, 10,000. There we go. Yeah, Fabrizio, it is, yeah. I know. Even Germany, with all the military fields around, it is not easy sometimes, yeah. And that means you're gonna have to learn to read your maps, understand all the symbols on them. Right, so that's the map. That's what we're gonna fly. There we go. So I'll leave that map on my right-hand side there. Let's go. Oh, beautiful.
Welcome back. We're flying on a warm summer's evening just to the northeast of San Francisco Bay. We're going to look at stringing a series of navigation features together to form a basic route towards the city. We'll start off by following the Highway 80 towards Vacaville, which is just up ahead. We're going to start to introduce the importance of accurate flying in order to ensure reliable navigation. First, please make sure that we start off at precisely 3,000 feet, as we're going to look at accurate altitude holding. We're going to fly underneath some of the controlled airspace that's around San Francisco International. This allows us to navigate and make turns as we wish without having to deal with ATC and other traffic at this busy international airport. When flying beneath airspace, we have to maintain accurate altitude control. If we get sloppy and accidentally climb up into the floor of the airspace above us, inadvertently we would pose a safety risk to jetliner traffic, and it would land us in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
This is why I'd like you to maintain 3,000 feet as accurately as possible.
Yes, sir.
So that you get into the habit of flying with precision, as this will be an important aspect of navigation.
Yes, sir.
Keep us at 3,000 feet and fly us to the far side of Vacaville, where the highway leaves the city.
So, yeah, so I'm leaving the motorway on the left-hand side, so I can clearly see that, and maintain 3,000 feet. I like it. I like how, you know, it actually brings some more aspects into flying here. And I mean, this view is beautiful. Loving it. Right, there's the motorway. Very relaxing. It is actually, yeah, you're right. Not so hectic. So I'm trying to look at the map to make out some features. I can only see the motorway that goes down. So you can see here the motorway, that's the motorway there. I'm just going to go a little bit to the right so I can still see the motorway there. So that's Vacaville, and that's the end of the town here on the motorway. This is so detailed. There we go.
Looking to the left, we can see the large city of Fairfield. Make a left turn to head for the southwest corner of the city, again following Highway 80.
Turbulence. So there's a big city, and we're supposed to have a motorway there. Okay. Now I would have actually, yeah. Well, now looking at the map, it's got some lighted wind turbines. Not sure if they're going to be
following the highway keeps us clear of the military airspace to our left, which surrounds Travis Air Force Base.
Oh, yeah, okay. So
we know this by looking at the route map, which we will have prepared in advance.
So you can see
choosing
already.
Reliable features helps us stay clear of any airspace
Travis Air Force Base again.
But be mindful of other aircraft doing the same thing.
Yeah. Hey,
Keeping
Megas.
a good lookout for traffic is an important part of VFR navigation. We are not under the supervision of ATC, so seeing and avoiding other aeroplanes is entirely our responsibility. We can see the large area feature of Fairfield from a good distance.
Yeah.
which we will focus down to a point feature by an industrial
the
region
Air Force
at the other
base
side
right
of
there.
town, which is where we're heading now. We're not going directly over
Megas,
the town
how's it going?
centre,
How's studying
as
going?
we always want to have the possibility
how's your
to
bachelor
be
going?
able to glide to a safe landing spot in the event of an engine failure.
Oh yes. Also very
Staying
important.
to the edge of town allows us to keep our options open. Take us to the edge of town, where you'll see the industrial warehouses and some wind turbines.
Yeah, the wind turbines, that's what we're looking for. MCK, this is lesson number 2 of that FS Academy Navigation. Well, it's FS Academy, I think it's called, right? Navigation. So it's a new course. And this is lesson number 2 and flying to, eventually, the Gold Gate Bridge in San Francisco. So we're coming from the northeast. Oh yeah, there's some wind turbines there. Okay, so actually, you know what? I would be looking to fly a little bit more. And we should actually keep the motorway to the right of us. Because that's where the path is. So that's the motorway. Those are the wind turbines. Although I would have expected the wind turbines to be more on this side. Yeah, California, exactly. Well, then again, no. Disregard. They are actually at the motorways. So we're heading more towards those warehouses. And that's the Air Force base there. So MCK, have you done your cross-country theory and cross-country navigation stuff yet?
Our next waypoint is going to be the Benicia Martinez Bridge, just off to our left. Make a left turn here to point us towards the bridge.
Ooh. Just there, okay. Now obviously what you would do in your planning, you would actually measure or work out your track, magnetic track. So you would do things
Please
like...
start your turn now.
So you would do your timings. So you would have your estimate ground speed with the drift fact of the wind, etc. So you'd have your magnetic heading, magnetic track, the estimated time to your next waypoint.
I'm sorry, but I need you to make prompt turns to remain on course.
What?
Please restart this tutorial.
What? I am on course. Excuse me? He's getting cross with me. I'm like, what? He said head to the Martinez Bridge. I am. Exactly. Does he know who I am? Who he's talking to? Hey Schneider, how you doing? How dare you talk to me like that? Yeah, let's just continue for now. I'm hoping that once we cross that waypoint, we get picked up again. So the question is that like an area point, or is that a point feature? Because initially I was looking for the water line, trying to figure out, there's a little, distinctive kind of feature here that I would look at. If you look at the map, I would say that's probably this point here, and then try to figure out from that point where would the bridge be. Oh, that's a good point. Well, the instructor hasn't told me to do so yet, but you are correct. We should be switching tanks now. let me just get back to altitude. Where's the selector? That's the question. Is that selector? No, that's off. Blimey. Hold on. Help! Where's the selector, for crying out loud? Normally it would be on the floor, wouldn't it? Oh, you are memeing me again, seriously. There's no switching tanks. Well, right. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It says off. How dare you? Look. I know, MCK, I know you rickrolled me, but I'm not gonna flick that switch for your amusement. No, I'm not. Oh, that's true. Yeah, there we go. So on off only, you see? Gravity feed. So yeah, that should be equally going down then, should it? Right, that is definitely a bridge. It looks a bit weird though at the moment. Yeah. If it only weren't for the chat, right? Select fuel tank, none. Engine, quit. Nice try. Yes, I was. So actually, you know what, MCK? Yeah, you were right. It wasn't actually that bad. Yeah. I'm wondering though, why does it say turn left? I mean, there was no turn there. It just goes straight. So hopefully when we overfly the bridge, it will point us then to the next waypoint. If not, we're going to follow it anyways. We shall see. Teacher becomes student, who doesn't like it. Tough luck. I mean, that's just the way it is. Right, there we go. That's definitely a very easy feature to pick out. So the next one would be in here. That's the Casquinith Bridge. That's also very easy to pick up. Yeah, I fear the same. Shall we try that? I'm not sure why. Yeah, but why was he expecting a left turn? I mean...
Welcome back. We're flying on a warm summer's evening just to the northeast of San Francisco Bay. We're going to look at stringing a series of navigation features together to form a basic route towards the city.
Right, that way.
We'll start off by following the Highway 80 towards Vacaville, which is just up ahead. We're going to start to introduce the importance of accurate flying in order to ensure reliable navigation. First, please make sure that we start off at precisely 3,000 feet, as we're going to look at accurate altitude holding.
Why is that too fast?
We're going to fly underneath some of the controlled airspace that's around San Francisco International. This allows us to navigate and make turns as we wish without having to deal with ATC and other traffic at this busy international airport.
Just noticed
when flying beneath airspace, we have to maintain accurate altitude control. If we get sloppy and accidentally climb up into the floor of the airspace above us, inadvertently we would pose a safety risk to jetliner traffic, and it would land us in a lot of trouble. This is why I'd like you to maintain 3,000 feet as accurately as possible, so that you get into the habit of flying with precision, as this will be an important aspect of navigation.
Now trim all the time.
Keep us at 3,000 feet and fly us to the far side of Vacaville, where the highway leaves the city.
Roger, roger. There we go. Come on, get some more trim. We're at 90 knots now, but I think MCK, if I put this to 2,200 RPM, we're not going to maintain 90 knots, we're going to go slower. Just saying. So 2,350 it is. Right, 2,350. Right, compromise. 2,350, alright? That's where we stand. And again, beautiful. So if we were to pre-plan the next waypoint then, Vacaville to Fairfield, so we could also already make out Fairfield here. Right, and we can make out the airfield as well, the military field. So we can see the motorway. Well, we can't really, but here, there's the motorway going through. So next we want to be make sure. Oh, careful with R2. We want to make sure that we stay a little bit right of the motorway, going towards Fairfield. Biggles, I'm not on any server. This is a lesson, so it's a little add-on. So I'm not on any any server at the moment. Man, I'm not really doing a good job. I was doing so good until MCK told me to change the RPM to 2200. Now everything's going bonkers.
We can see the large city of Fairfield. Make a left turn to head for the southwest corner of the city, again following Highway 8.
Yeah, we better turn immediately.
Following the highway keeps us clear of the military airspace to our left, which surrounds Travis Air Force Base. We know this by looking at the route map, which we will have prepared in advance.
Yeah.
Choosing reliable features helps us stay clear of any airspace conflicts, but be mindful of other aircraft doing the same thing. Yeah. Keeping a good lookout for traffic is an important part of VFR navigation.
Of course.
We are not under the supervision of ATC, so seeing and avoiding other aeroplanes is entirely our responsibility. We can see the large area feature of Fairfield from a good distance, which we will focus down to a point feature by an industrial region at the other side of town, which is where we're heading now.
Yeah, AFA.
We're not going directly over the town centre, as we always want to have the possibility to be able to glide to a safe landing spot in the event of an engine failure.
Yeah, so
staying to the edge of town allows us to keep our options open. Take us to the edge of town, where you'll see the industrial warehouses and some wind turbines.
Yep. Hey, rock sighting. Airplane Bruno. He's not here though. And he's not trying to meme me into losing an engine. Just saying. Right. So 3,000 feet. So it will be interesting to see regarding the next left turn, because actually it's not really much of a left turn, is it? I mean, the bridge is right there. I'm sure you will, MCK, and I'll do my best not to fall for it. But yeah, I fear the day that you're going to catch me again. Unless the program, so unless I'm supposed to be following the motorway, meaning now that I will be going more this way, and then I have to turn left to the next waypoint. So that would make sense. Yeah, so we're following the motorway, staying away from that airfield, that control zone there. So guys, remember, when he says left, we need to turn left immediately. Very important. So maybe that's what I misunderstood regarding navigation here. So you have to follow the motorway and not kind of... Yeah. Well, no, we are right over Fairfield. So the next waypoint would be that Martinez Bridge. Yeah, so we'll make a nice pronounced left turn here. Exactly. Oh yeah, absolutely, Tony. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. There we go.
Our next waypoint is going to be the Benicia Martinez Bridge, just off to our left.
There is.
Make a left turn here to point us towards the bridge.
Left turn, yes sir. Sir, yes sir. I'm turning. I've got...
As you can see, this is a pretty basic form of visual navigation.
There you go. I think this time we
simply steer
made it.
towards a waypoint that we can see, and once we arrive there, steer to the next waypoint, like stepping stones.
Yes, sir.
This method is simple and easy to follow, but doesn't have very good accuracy, making it most suited to local flying areas that you're all familiar with. It is also unlikely to be the most direct route to your destination, as we're limited by having to choose waypoints which are within view.
Yep. Is it really 90 knots? Is that really what you're going in these things? God, that's, I don't know. It's just, it feels like slow motion.
This is a good time to talk about altitudes.
Yes, sir.
There are two main ways that we refer to how high we are flying: altitude and height. Most of the time we reference our altitude, which is our vertical distance above mean sea level,
yes.
AMSL.
I agree.
Our height is our vertical distance above ground level,
yes, sir.
AGL, which becomes more relevant when flying near high terrain.
Yes, of course. Makes sense.
Just before we reach the bridge, we'll be entering what is called a transponder mandatory zone, TMZ, which means we have to have a transponder in order to fly in that area.
Yep.
The transponder can be seen at the bottom of our radio stack and works by broadcasting some basic information about us, such as our altitude and the code that we have set our transponder to, known as our squawk. We have a squawk of 1200 set, which is the designated squawk for flying under Visual Flight Rules, VFR, known as the conspicuity code.
Conspicuity code.
ATC can see our position on radar, to which our transponder adds altitude information and our squawk code. so to give the controller more information about us. This type of transponder is known as Mode C.
Yeah.
More advanced transponders, known as Mode S, can provide much more data, such as our aircraft type, speed, and autopilot settings. They can even communicate with other aircraft's transponders in order to avoid collisions.
Yeah, that's really smart.
Our more simple Mode C system fitted to our Cessna 152 is more than enough for our purposes and allows us to enter the TMZ surrounding San Francisco.
Oh really? They only had Mode A? So Mode A, what does that transmit? Just your position. Oh, I mean, not position, but your code, and that's it. So they can like pick up your. They would give us information like VFAT traffic, altitude unknown. So your VFAT traffic 6 o'clock. No, not 6, but let's say 10 o'clock position, altitude unknown. And if you have a Mode C transponder, they will probably tell you indicating 2000 or whatever, meaning indicating. You'd never know if they set the right QNH. So if they set the wrong QNH, then that may not be indicating correctly. Or actually indicating something, but they may be different altitude altogether. Lovely. Right, I think that area there, that will be where the Golden Gate is located. And that's only if you're under radar control, yeah. Well, I'm normally on the radar control when I'm flying. So if you're with an information station, they don't have any radar. Yeah, they just give you like general information like weather for an airport, local QNH setting or something. But yeah, information services don't have any radar control. No. Do you have things, MCK, do you have FLAM in the UK, or is that more German thing?
We're just going to aim for the northern ends of the bridges, as the other side of the water is quite close to the edge of the airspace surrounding Buchanan Field Airport, which we need to avoid.
That one there.
There are actually 3 bridges here, 2 for road and 1 for rail, allowing traffic to cross the Carquinez Strait.
FLAM, I think it's FLAM or FLARM. FLAM. Reynold knows about that because his friend has an ultralight that has FLAM. I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean, it's I guess it's not the cheapest system to have, but with the GPS system, so GPS display, you can actually get the other aircraft around you. It's FLARM, so FLARM. Thanks, Philip. So there we go. So we aim for the northern bridge part, and there's the other airfield here.
Great. Now make a right turn towards another set of bridges,
Quick right
the
turn.
Carquinez Bridge.
Quick turn. There we go. Right turn performed.
The
Accurately.
pair of bridges coming up are an example of old and new. One is a cantilever type bridge, and the other a more modern suspension bridge. Built to cope with increased traffic volume, the suspension bridge carries southbound traffic and is better suited to seismic activity,
Cephai,
as the suspended roadway allows some sway.
I know that there's discussion going on.
Large bridges like these make great point features as they are easy to spot, contrast well with the water, and are often of unique design.
I know that some
can be very tall, stretching hundreds of feet into the air, so do take this into account when planning altitudes.
Yep. So
we also have the San Francisco Bay ahead of us.
Oh, you do?
This entire bay area took a long time to become developed, as explorers repeatedly missed the narrow and recessed entrance, now known as the Golden Gate.
Right. Can I talk now? Okay. So so glider planes in Germany, sometimes will have these FLARM systems installed, so you can actually see them if you have a FLARM system as well. You can actually see the glider planes on your GPS display, which is really good. So there's been a discussion about because of several near misses, or actually near hits. So in Germany regarding the mandatory installation of these FLARM systems. But that has not gone through. Simple reason is that obviously these systems do draw power, and the glider plane does not have much battery power. So most glider plane pilots will not like having those. But it would definitely increase safety, that's for sure. But they're not mandatory. No, I don't think so. Right, so we got a suspension bridge as well as an old standard bridge. Watch the altitude. Yeah, MCK, right. So according to the map now, we should be heading towards...
To our left, we can now see our next stepping stone, Point San Pablo, where the land juts out from Richmond, the second strip of land. Turn us to the left and take us to Point San Pablo.
Point San Pablo. Oh, there we go. That's far away, yeah.
You've been maintaining 3,000 feet for quite a while now.
Yes, sir.
We're going to dip just a little lower, which will keep us clear of the main controlled airspace for San Francisco, which will be coming up shortly and stretches from 3,000 feet upwards. In order to remain below the base of this airspace, we'll make a small descent to 2,800 feet.
What?
Which will give us a couple of 100 feet altitude as a safety margin.
I would have said 2,500, but okay. 2,800, yes, sir. So he's talking about this this point here. So that's a control zone, and it starts off. Oops. It starts off at 4,000 on this layer, and then that trim gets me every time. And then
Alright, this altitude will keep us clear of the controlled airspace, which begins just beyond Point San Pablo.
Yeah, very important.
Now please keep us at 2,800 feet as accurately as possible.
Yes, sir. Right. I was trying, but the thing is, I trimmed down, nose down, just a tad, and nothing happened. Then trimmed down a bit more, and then it just went down. It's the thing I don't like trim settings in these in Microsoft. It just doesn't seem to have like a fine tuning. blame the trim. Hey, I'm serious. This is again, small inputs. There we go. That works. Cool. I can see the Golden Gate already. Look.
I'm now going to add a second dimension to your manual handling by asking you to maintain not only your altitude, but also a specific speed of 100 knots.
Oh, see?
Speed control will be important as we progress to longer route
Why
lengths,
100 knots?
which are based on accurate timings.
I have to go...
Please set us up at 100 knots whilst maintaining 2,800 feet.
Now it's getting difficult. Airbus pilot here, I mean... Easy. Not.
100 knots is a comfortable cruising speed for the Cessna 152.
Is it really?
And will make for easy time calculations in later lessons. Maintain both 2,800 feet and 100 knots all the way to Point San Pablo.
Right, so instructor, we have someone here that strongly disagrees. What now? Right, 100 knots. 2,800 feet. God, this is getting... The weird thing is, I'm just touching the throttle. I'm not joking. It's not even showing in a different RPM, and the speed's going bam. It's just dropping. Look, see that? No change in RPM, but the speed drops like crazy.
This area is full of great navigation features, with coastline, highways, cities and bridges. On a good weather day like this, it has everything we need to find our way.
Yeah, I agree. Where are we? Oh wait, we're too fast. There we go. 100 knots, 2,800 feet. Yes, sir. But you kind of get the idea. I mean, you know, he's right. I mean, you know, if you've done your planning on your VFR chart with regards to, you know, magnetic track and your speed and your timing, obviously it doesn't make sense if you don't fly the speed that you've actually, you know, calculated with. Man, this brings back memories. I mean, you know, and then you start flying into control zones. I remember, you know, like Phoenix Airport, for example, Phoenix control zone, or Tucson. Yeah, it can get pretty hectic. I know Sim Caesar is also doing, he's also flying VFR in the US, so he knows a lot about that as well. Denver area. So, oh, look at that, gorgeous. Some nice landmarks there. That's Golden Gate here. Oh darn! Is that? Hang on. Yeah, that's true. Why is that showing? That's not. Is that MP? Hang on, hang on. Is that knots there? No, it's not. Hang on. That is knots, isn't it? It must be. Well, that's, what's that then? Kilometers an hour? No, it can't be. So, is it maybe normal miles per hour? So knots and miles per hour?
Next up is a really unique location. Make a left turn and point us towards our next waypoint, Alcatraz.
Yes, I know. Oh, I would find Alcatraz.
Just crossing the nose now, across the San Francisco Bay, is the Golden Gate Bridge, one of the world's most iconic landmarks. Looking dead ahead is the city of San Francisco itself, with Oakland Bay Bridge further left in the windscreen. The larger island ahead of the nose is Angel Island, with Mount Livermore at its centre.
Yeah. So
Alcatraz is the much smaller island to the left of Angel Island, and is famous for its prison for dangerous criminals, which closed in 1963.
I've been there many times, like 3 or 4 times.
The lighthouse there is the oldest on the Pacific coast.
Not in the prison, just visiting. So that's Tiburon here, I think. Tiburon, or is that Tiburon? No, that should be Tiburon there. That's Sausalito. So I remember going cycling.
As we get nearer, you can get some stunning views of the city and the bay.
Yeah.
San Francisco and Oakland airports are not far south from here, so Alcatraz is about as close as we can get to the built-up areas.
Yeah, we can see that from that point onwards. So here, it's 1,500 to 4,000 feet for Class Charlie. Yeah, so we went cycling. So we had rented some bikes downtown. So we cycled all the way across the Golden Gate down to Sausalito, and if you wanted to, all the way around here, the bay to Tiburon, and then back with the ferry, which is really funny. So that's a true airspeed, and that's the indicated. Okay, interesting. Miss Saturday, you know what? I know this is a VFI tour add-on, but definitely would not mind if they did something like a tour where he talks about the landmarks. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you give that to him as a kind of feedback? Right, Alcatraz. Now I'm going to put this just a little bit to the left of me so I can see it. That's beautiful. But isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that you can fly around here at 2,800 feet? I mean, the airport is far away from here, isn't it? So that's not the issue. But how cool is that? Again, you can fly around here, VFR, uncontrolled. So there's no one here unless they have a temporary, you know, control zone or restricted area, not but restricted area. You can actually fly around here. What's happening now? You know, without any issues whatsoever. Well, yeah, flight following is always a good idea. Yeah, I agree. There we go. Look at that, man. After that brings back memories as well. Been here so many times.
Now take a right here and head straight towards the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah, we better take a right here. And now fly under the Golden Gate.
Painted in international orange for visibility in the fog, the Golden Gate Bridge is over a mile in length, making it the world's longest suspension bridge at the time it was completed in 1937. The towers reach up 800 feet and weigh 22,000 tons each, suspending the roadway beneath them, carrying over 100,000 vehicles per day.
That is a lot. Is it really? Does it do that? You crash into the invisible wall. If it still does that. I'm tempted. Oh, no idea. Okay. Well, we can find out. Wow, that's beautiful. Man, I remember that so well. You can cycle around here, so we cycled, and you go up here, go over the Golden Gate here. Wow, so beautiful.
Fantastic. We've made our way here by using a simple stepping stone method of picking out visible features and hopping from one to the other.
This area is so
This works fine for locations with lots of iconic features such as landmarks, bridges, and major towns and cities. Next we'll look at taking more efficient and direct routes to where we want to go.
Yeah, I think that's Tiburon there. South Lito. Right, continue. Right, that looks like a liquid gas nitrogen. Was it LNG? Liquid nitrogen gas or something? I thought you can't spin a Cessna 152. Right, let's see if we can fly into a invisible wall. I am intrigued to find out, to be honest. Don't do this at home. No, it's fine. Lol, it works. Use the ailerons instead of rudder. Okay. Ah, okay. So if it's handmade, you're all right. But if it's I get it. All right. Okay, cool. Right. Let's have a look here. Wow, it's so detailed. Absolutely brilliant. I remember this so well because cycling along here, looking over the fields here towards Gold Gate, I've made lots of pictures on this position there. It's gorgeous. Yeah, I'll just need to get some altitude to get a spin going. They're pretty volatile, seriously. Okay. What's the best angle of climb speed? Or best rate of climb speed, MCK? 60? 65? 56? $65. Cute. Or 60 depending on the instructor. Lol. One says 65, the other says 60. Yeah, that's typical for instructors. Because 65 would be too simple. I would probably say 63. That is nice, isn't it? I love how it takes you around some interesting places with that VFR course. Really nice. Right, that should be enough. Alright, full aileron. Come on. Oh, it's not spinning, is it? Yeah, that is lame. I would have thought that it works. Right, that's what I found the other... You know, some weeks back we tried that before. Trying to get the aircraft into a spin. Yeah. Oh yeah, one more thing I want to show you guys. Hang on, one thing I want to show you. Hold on. Now, I've not really messed about much with it, but... one aircraft I'm actually really fond of. Hold on. Gotta get my joystick active again. Hold on, chats. Oh yes, please. Now, for those that have followed me for some time, know exactly why I am very fond of that aircraft. Is my father was a pilot on this aircraft for over 2,000 hours. Phoenix, no. You guys, seriously. Xiniv. Right. Don't know why that is off. That should work. Now this is the 104, and I mean it is a rocket, isn't it? And the weird thing is, if you ever have seen it in real life, if you stood next to one, you would be amazed how small it actually is. And it really is. It's a rocket. It is a rocket that has, without the wingtip tanks, it has some really short, stubby kind of wings. So it is really quite a fascinating machine to fly. Now this engine's running. Autopilot. I can see how basic things are, and how, you know, the cockpit. I remember sitting in it as a child. So I was like 9 or 10 years old, sitting in the cockpit, and even then, as a child, I thought, "Wow, that's so small." Takan IFF. Autopilot disconnect inertial nav fault. Okay. I don't think we can do that now. And also from the instrumentation. So you had a radar, very basic radar, your weapon systems, engine instruments, and some really crude navigational instruments. So kind of, you know, they did have a head-up display at the latest. Well, actually here it has a head-up display as well. It's not working though. But yeah, it's, I don't know why that's off. So really simple, basic instruments. Absolutely nuts. So let's see, does that work? Yeah. Right. Let's try. And it is so fast. 100 knots. 150 knots. 200 knots. Here we go. Oh. Gear up. 300 knots. The problem is, in this configuration, you do not have much fuel. And by doing 400 knots at the moment, indicated 400. And the landing speed was what, 180, 190 knots or something? Yeah, so Mr. Saturday, it did have... Oh, careful. I just read the chat for a second, I'm like, where am I? Right. Proves the point, you just can't read chat while flying. Oh, well. Hang on, let me restart that. Although, I know I want to do it at a different, hang on. Go back, main menu. I want to do a different livery. So, I wasn't going slow. I was actually going 400 knots, but that just proves the point. You cannot allow yourself to get distracted. So one thing I want to try and see if I can have tip tanks. Are there versions where you have tip tanks? Does anyone know? Has anyone got the aircraft? Yeah, that's definitely landing speed, yeah. Oh, it has an EFB? Okay, hang on. Let me just check. Where does it have an EFB? So the thing is this, you can see the problem is that, you know, the pilots back then, they all flew manual. They rarely used the autopilot system. So you're flying manually for hours. So let's say you have a 2-hour sortie, you would fly manual, and they would do low-level flying. So imagine flying this aircraft. Hey, Marcin. Okay. Click the holder beneath the throttle. Roger. Let me just have a look. Let's just check this livery here. Oh, that distinctive sound. Love it. Oh, that's the Navy. Right, so below the throttle. Ah, nice. Look at that. Cool. Load tip tanks. Load tip and pylon tanks. Okay, that's interesting. So now we've got tip tanks, drag index, airframe, load full fuel. No, let's go tip tank fuels. How much does it? Wow, that's a lot of pounds then. 2,000. Ah, right, that's full fuel. 7,000 something, 8,000 pounds. Nice. Okay, cool. That's a good tip. Thank you. So let's just reset that generator. Caution reset. So regarding the inertial alignment, right? That's line. I don't know how long that would take for the alignment. Oh, that had a ram air turbine as well, in case of engine failure. Manual landing gear. There we go, look at that. Oh, and now we have a proper artificial horizon. Flap, I don't think... It probably had automatic flaps. I need to read up on that. Yeah, that's the normal version you would see flying around. Very rarely would you see the Starfighter without the tip tanks. Simply because you can't fly for very long. Lol. Snow? Are you kidding me? Alright, let's put this to 0. Cool. Let's try it again. So, brakes released. Pedal adjust. Just looking for the parking brake. Oh. Right, here we go. Here comes burner. Ooh, that's a lot of pull to the left here. Blimey. Full rudder. Full rudder. There we go. And we're airborne. Ooh. Come on. Oh my god. I'm out of read. So this is your best friend, I guess, in a starfighter. Just make sure you monitor that regularly. Just make sure that you're not descending too fast. And also you can see the limited view at the cockpit here. Let's see how fast it can climb. 450, 500 knots almost. You can see how the air inlet temperature, as the pressure increases, the temperature rises. 550. Imagine if you can accelerate that quickly with the jet. So if that resembles real performance. Let's climb. So we're only 20 degrees right now, nose up. Oh, yes, please. Wow. So now we've got to be careful not to stall the aircraft. So that's 20,000 feet almost already. And then the cool thing, that's one thing I want to try, is trying to pick up some more speed again. Get to 30,000 feet or something, or 35,000. So then try to go Mach 2. Exactly, you don't have to outrun the missile if you are the missile. Oh, why has it got flaps down? Hang on. Oh, it does have flaps. That makes sense. One thing that I'm wondering, like, you know, we are going afterburner, and it's like stuck at 450 knots. Surely it will go faster than that. Oh, that's the limit in Microsoft, isn't it? Oh yeah, you can't go above Mach 1 yet. Yeah, I remember now. That was the same thing with the F-18, wasn't it? The limitation there. Yeah. Like, you know, why? Yeah, I remember the discussion going on there. No, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure there was a discussion going on with the F-18. And right now, it's doing the same thing. So look, afterburner, it's accelerating, and surely you would agree it will go above Mach 1. This aircraft is designed to go Mach 2.2 or something, so let's go down, let's go in descent. Look, you see how it's like clipping Mach 1? Let's see. Alright, now it's going past it. Yeah, but then it's not a representation of the true model of the starfighter. No, okay, so I stand corrected. It does go above Mach 1. I just don't know why it wouldn't do that just now. Look, we're 25,000 feet. It should easily go, you know, past Mach 1. Okay, so now it's starting to get closer. 30,000 feet. I just want to see the effect again. Let me just go below Mach 1. I love the sounds. Okay, so let's have a look again. So we're doing 300 knots. Let's go afterburner. So let's try to level flight. Let's do level flight. See what I mean? It's really struggling to accelerate. I mean, we're talking about Starfighter here. Right now it's accelerating. Yes, I'm trying to keep it level flight. So that's supposed to show you the Mach 1 boundary. So when you go through Mach, you have a little twitching of the airspeed indicator. But that's not accurate though. That should really accelerate a lot faster. With 30,000 feet, it's not even accelerating now. But it's a lovely aircraft. I mean, I understand why the pilots loved it so much. Slow? What? Oh, we're too fast. All right. I mean, the cool thing is, it does give you a nice feel of how much different this aircraft was, you know, or how much more difficult this aircraft was to fly. And I mean, imagine that my dad had over 2,000 hours flying hours on this without having ever to eject. Hats off. I mean. Yeah, the fuel flow, yeah. So the fuel quantity, hang on. So which is which? God, it's so white. I've got a white out. I don't see much. And then, you know, the mere fact that this aircraft is going so fast and you have so basic instrumentation. So they actually had a like a VFR map on their lap, right? So on their knee board, if you like, and that's how they navigated. I mean, it did have some radio, some very crude radio stations as well, or navigation, but still, you know, you're going so fast, and you're supposed to keep track of where you are and navigate. Look outside. And then, you know, while you're flying, dial in a new frequency of a TACAN or something. Crazy. So imagine if you go into clouds and for some reason you kind of lose disorientation or get disorientated and you lose orientation. And then all you see is like the dials going nuts. And, you know, you're not knowing, hey, am I climbing? Am I descending? What's happening now? And then, you know, literally, the only thing you could do is just eject, because you know, by the time you realize where you are, it'll probably be too late. Yeah. So that's pounds per hour. So not kilograms, but pounds per hour. It goes to 12,000 pounds per hour. And it's a single engine. So right now it's doing 10,000, so 5,000 kilo. No, it's actually 12,000 almost. 12,000 pounds per hour. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see if my dad was still alive, and I sat him in front of the PC now, in front of this simulator. If his memory would come back and say, hey, you know, I know exactly what to do, and that would be cool. All right, guys, that'll be it for today. Next stream is next Friday, so tomorrow I'm with the family. Monday I'll go back working, and then the next stream is next Friday, and then we'll do Sunday, I think, as well. So Friday, Sunday next week. And who knows, at some point we may have the 737 here in Microsoft. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? We shall see. Big thank you to my dear moderators for looking over the stream as always. Thanks for being here. And then a big thank you to everyone that has either renewed the membership or has become a member of the channel. So thanks for the financial support. And yeah, looking forward to some more content next week. And I'll see you again very soon. Take care. Have a great Easter time. Takeoff, my pleasure as always. Stay safe, everyone. See you again soon. Good night.